Good evening. My name is Keith Romano. I'd like to call this meeting to order. This is the Inland and Wetlands Commission meeting for the town of Monroe. It is October 9th, 2019. The time is 7:09 p.m. The first order of business is the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand. Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I'd like to introduce the members of the commission and staff present tonight. Starting on my right is Clark Ingris, Ross Masteraco, Jim Stewart, who is a licensed engineer and surveyor of the state of Connecticut. To my left is Jim Weinberg, and then Lois Spence, who's our secretary, Donna Shazinski, our office manager, Denise Halstead, who's our Inland Wetlands agent, and Sarah Stroud, who's our recording secretary. Before we start, I'll read our mission statement and how the meeting will proceed. The Inland Wetlands Mission Statement. The objective and purpose of the Inland Wetlands Commission is to provide for the overall protection and preservation of the inland wetlands and water courses within the town of Monroe. Meeting procedure. In the normal course of our meetings, we will hear public hearings and other applications. The protocol for public hearings is to have an applicant make a presentation to the commission, during which and after which the commission will be asking the applicant questions. The commission will then review town, staff, and other independent comments. The meeting will then be open for public comment. I will ask that all comments be made to the chair or commission. After any and all comments pro, in opposition, or of a general nature are made, the applicant will be given an opportunity to respond. It is not necessary that the applicant respond, but generally in their best interest to do so. There will be no further opportunity for new questions unless new material is entered in as evidence or testimony during their response. Please keep all comments pro and con specific to inland wetlands related matters. Other applications that do not involve a public hearing will follow a similar format, with the exception that there will be no public comments allowed. The meeting follows our published agenda unless otherwise amended. Are there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, under item, it's only one, but it's item number 9, under enforcement, item C, status and updates. We are going to, you're just going to get an update from the town attorney for, I believe it's 4 Independence and 64 Cambridge.
Mr.
Oh,
Chairman?
sorry.
Yes.
Item 11.
Oh,
I'm
11.
corrected, not 10.
Thank
I
you.
apologize.
All right, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Commissioner Stewart? Weinberg?
Oh, yes, yeah. I'd like to add a line item, we'll call it 1D, the election of a new vice chair.
Okay. We accept that, the agenda?
Just ask for unanimous consent.
Unanimous consent? To add that to the agenda?
Any objection? Then
Sure.
okay.
Aye, I'll say aye.
No, but yeah.
Or,
You can do it by unanimous consent, so if everybody's agreeable, we're moving on.
okay. All right, so we're on to subdivision report recommendations to
No.
P&Z.
No,
Oh, sorry.
general public.
Oh, that's right. Sorry. General public participation. Does anybody here have anything to say in general nature to the commission? All right, thank you. The subdivision report recommendations.
No? Now we go to D,
1D.
election of
Oh,
vice
the
chair.
elections, right. All right. We have an opening on the officers for the commission. The vice chairman has resigned, and we could vote on a new vice chairman.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I would like to nominate James Stewart as position of vice chair.
Do we have a recess for
Can I ask for any other nominations from the floor?
any other nominations from the floor?
Lois?
Nomination for Lois? Anybody else?
Okay, that's up to you. You can poll the members, or you can just ask for a voice vote,
Okay.
however you want to do it.
All right, so everybody in favor for Jim Stewart? Aye.
Aye.
Everybody in favor of Lois Spence?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. 3-1 on that.
So she's now the vice chair.
Now the vice chair. Lois, congratulations to the vice chair.
Oh, gee, thanks.
Okay, moving on to subdivision report recommendations, P&Z and commission, none. Regulated activities. We have IWC 2019-11, 422 Fan Hill Road, current single-family home with associated site improvements, previously approved. The I-505-14 application is about to expire. Denise, you have anything to add to it?
Anything to add to?
No,
Oh, you ready to present? Okay.
Well, actually, we're not ready to present. We're here to ask for a continuance. I was called out of town on an emergency, and I got back at 6:15 tonight. So we're still in the process of addressing questions from staff, and we'd like to have those resolved before we present a continuance.
to the next regularly scheduled meeting?
Pardon me?
To the next regular?
Well, I'm sorry, a regular scheduled meeting. Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay, we have unanimous consent on it?
I got a question though, Mr. Chairman.
Sure.
Does this conflict with any of his time period, the expiration of his previous application?
No, it does not.
It doesn't, okay. I just
No.
want to make sure, because if we continue something and it expires, then we mess
No,
it
no,
all
no,
up and we have to do a
it's,
full meeting.
they have
yeah?
plenty of time.
It's after the first of the year.
Okay,
Yep.
all right.
Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, that's accepted.
Thank you.
On to public hearings. IWC 2019-09, 17 Enterprise Drive, La Medico, development of water course and office, warehouse and office facility, continued from 9/25/19.
Good evening. For the record, my name is Russell Sear, professional engineer with Solely Engineering with offices at 501 Main Street, Monroe. At our last hearing, there were questions from the commission regarding the topography surrounding the wetland pocket that we're proposing to eliminate and fill, and also some questions about other habitat and other questions related to the wetlands. So since then, we did some additional survey, we updated our topography, and we revised our plans to illustrate that. And I'd like to submit these revised plans to the commission.
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah.
So this is our revised survey. You can see that the topography surrounding the wetlands does indicate a depression with a berm on the top. We also, question came up as to the groundwater elevations, and we have those elevations. The high water, the apparent high water, where there's it's indicated by the surrounding vegetation is at elevation 414.33, and currently it's gone down to elevation of 412.45. So that topography is indicated as on the base for the revised plan. That's all that's changed on these plans is the topography of the wetlands. One other change that was made is the location of the outlet pipe from the detention basin. Previously was in this area that had very little room between the toe of the berm and the wetlands. We moved it over here where there's more room available so there's less possible disturbance to the wetlands in constructing it. And the other modifications are the planting plan, these are at the suggestion of the soil scientists. We're proposing some wetland enhancement planting in this area and some additional planting in the basin itself. And there's an additional sheet that we added. It's a wetland mitigation sheet plan, and it shows additional planting within the wetland area in this area here, and also in this upland area adjacent to the wetland here. And we're also proposing to remove invasive species planting in the existing detention basin out in the front, and also there's some invasive species along here, along this slope adjacent to this wetland. So that's the extent of the plan revisions, and at this time I'd like to turn it over to James McManus, our soil scientist.
Good evening. For the record, James McManus, certified professional soil scientist, JMN Wetland Consulting Services, office in Newtown. Back on May 18th of this year, I conducted the wetland delineation on a portion of the site, which is the portion closest to the proposed development. And you can see my wetland boundary associated with that. The first wetland, which I called my numbered series, was actually the wooded swamp, which is so it's to the south of the proposed development, which is that large wooded swamp, which is been delineated. I flagged the northern portion of that large wooded swamp. The other line was flagged by others, probably during the beginning of the process of the development of the industrial park. The other wetland I found was the dug man-made detention pond, which was going to be used for a previous proposed development, but that development did not happen. And that basin was left alone for approximately 12 years, and I did flag it at this time, and that was called my A series. The A series is an open, the numbered series is a wooded swamp, seasonally saturated and flooded. The little dug basin, man-made detention pond, if you will, is an open canopy with willows and a few cattails, which is seasonally flooded, which with the areas is probably semi-permanent to permanent flooded. That's small, about a few inches. Looks like it floods to about 2 feet or so, and then draws down as the summer continues. The function and values. There's 3 principal functions along the wooded swamp part, which is groundwater recharge and discharge, sediment and nutrient retention. And those are actually 2, sediment retention and nutrient retention. That wetland, or that function and value of that wetland, it would probably be higher. It would include the wildlife would increase if I was to actually do a study of the entire wetland system. But I just looked at the northern edge closest to the development, and that's kind of the functionality that I found there. The A series, which is again the basin, I didn't get any principal functions out of that, and I had some functions that are present but not principal were pretty much similar what I found with the numbered series, which is the groundwater recharge, discharge, the sediment and nutrient removal, and then I did have a yes effect, because when I was out there both times, I found many green frogs, and in this past visit, which was on October 1st, I did find some bullfrogs. There is one direct impact, which is we're going to eliminate the man-made detention pond and then build a new one, which will be planted with various plants, wildlife enhancement shrubs, as well as wetland seed mixes and wetland plugs such as Joe Pye weed and sedges and other things. We're still ironing out some of the details on exactly what will be planted, but that's the plan. We did look at indirect impacts, which deals with the construction phase and also with water quality impacts and vegetative impacts. First one is erosion and sediment control. We have a robust erosion controls. It follows the 2002 deep guidelines, so we don't anticipate any impacts to the wetlands. We have very minimal vegetative removal since the entire development site essentially has been cleared already. And there's only a few trees that or even shrubs that will need to be removed for the development of the new detention basin, but we're going to be planting that up. So we don't anticipate any impacts there. Impacts to the hydrology and stream flow, we don't anticipate anything. We're not entering the wetland to the south, which has a water course associated with it. Water quality impacts will be dealt with through the stormwater management system. And finally, so we're not looking at any impacts to the wetlands or the functions and values that they provide. And also, we're actually going to enhance through additional plantings to the basin, to where that finger is, and up to the, yeah, if you could, yeah. There's plantings there, there's plantings up to the north and to the east, well as that basin at the top, and also, that's an approximate boundary where the upland, I call it upland enhancement plantings. There's a lot of autumn olive growing along that top of that slope, so we're looking to get rid of that and then replant it with more appropriate shrubs. And so that's my upland enhancement plantings. So that's it for me now. Any questions?
Commissioner Spence, do you have any questions?
Yes,
No?
yes, I do. Let me see. You mentioned there are several different soil types in your report. I did not see the sketch. Now, you might be there, but I didn't see a sketch as to where the different soil types were.
Don't have one. I typically don't do that. I say in my report that the uplands are all disturbed, and the wetlands are a mix of disturbed and undisturbed, mainly undisturbed. The only disturbed wetlands, and that is really associated with the Dug Basin. Everything else is not disturbed. It's a mix of till and outwash. The till is to the east and north, while the outwash portion is in the southern and western. Our wetland soils are Scarborough, which is a very poorly drained mucky soil, and that's going to be associated with mainly the interior portion of the wooded swamp. And then the edge will be a Walpole, which is a poorly drained outwash soil. And then the wetland, the man-made pond, that would be an aquant, which is a wet disturbed soil, which has some soil development, but hasn't quite got to where it needs to be. And then everything in the upland is disturbed. So that's kind of the lay of the land when it comes to soil locations.
Was there any other wildlife present in the dog pond?
Yes, no, not that I found. It was just mainly green frogs and then later on in the season. Green frogs in the spring. I didn't see any other obvious critters other than the frogs, and then bullfrogs just recently, this fall.
No wood frogs
No,
or salamanders?
no, not that I noted. No egg masses I noted as well.
And you did this in May?
Pardon?
You did the initial assessment?
Well, I did my
in May?
delineation in May, and I didn't do a formal review, but I did walk around while flagging, and I didn't see anything obvious, other than every time I would go to my new flag location, the green frog would jump into the water.
One of our staff comments, I believe, was to delineate the wetlands into the conservation easement. Was that done?
Yes, I extended my boundary. As you can see, I wish I had a pointer. Oh, here we go. As you can see here, this is my wetland boundary, and this is the property boundary, and right here would be the rail trail.
Mhm.
So I started on the toe of the slope of the rail trail, came up and around, and then came back into the site. So I did bring the wetland boundary to the property boundary, and it included a little bit of the rail trail slope. So that's part of the conservation easement.
Now, one of the things that you said was that you didn't evaluate the entire wetland.
Right.
You just did the northern edge.
Close to the development, yes.
How far into the wetland did you go?
I walked
to
in just to
evaluate.
take a quick look, but I didn't do any official assessment, other than I know
10 feet, 20 feet, 50 feet?
50 feet, 100 feet, because as I walk around the wetland, I need to get a feel for it. Plus, I can see, too. I look. I don't just keep my head down. Head out of the hole, as they say in soil science. Keep your head out of the hole. But there's a water course within that larger wetland system, and as I said in the report, and I said just a minute ago, there would be more principal functions if I were to do the entire wetland system. But the wetland system closest to the development is essentially what you looked at when I did my assessment. A few principal functions, a few yes functions, meaning that they're there but not principal, and a few no's, meaning that they're not present. Or
Well,
not
with the quantity of land
significant.
disturbance,
Pardon?
with the quantity of land disturbance, it's hard to assess the impacts to the wetland if you don't know what all of the functions. You said there might be more. There
But-
probably is more.
But we're nowhere
functions
near
and
that
areas.
part of the wetland system. It can't, I mean, if we're not gonna have an impact to the wetland that is closest to the development, obviously we're not gonna have an impact to the interior portion, because we're not removing any trees into the wetland system. And the wetland system that is close to the development is, though the soils are not disturbed, it's been impacted through prior development. And the interior's been left alone, except for the roads that enter the industrial park. That's the only thing that disrupted those wetlands. And south of the rail trail and east of the rail trail is a large tract of wetlands that has been left alone for decades. So there's a lot of habitat in and around the site.
That's it for my questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Weinberg, do you have any comments?
I can start. I have a question for Kevin, or the engineer.
Sure.
I wanted to go back in history to phase one. Well, first of all, let me just clarify. So the detention pond, or whatever verbiage what are we calling that? That's going to be filled in, sorry?
This was, what was it
Go ahead.
previously?
Can you just restate your name again for the record, please?
Excuse me?
State your name for the record.
Oh, I'm sorry, Russell Sear, a professional engineer, solely engineer.
Thank you.
So, all right, well, when phase one, this building was under construction, This was what is now flagged as a wetland that we're talking about was permitted to be a sediment basin for construction. And they dug a basin, and they dug it deep, and they dug it below the groundwater. And they left it for 12 years. And if they had filled it after construction, we wouldn't be here talking about it right now.
Okay, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but let me, a follow-up question then. So, you say 11, 12 years, but that was when it was agreed, right? Phase one wasn't permitted until maybe 2 or 3 years ago. if you remember.
No, it was constructed.
I know time flies.
It was constructed about 12 years ago.
Was it finished constructing 12
Oh,
years?
yeah.
All right, and when that was done, that was an artificially produced detention pond, right?
It was a basin, a sediment basin.
A basin.
It was excavated.
For what purpose?
It was excavated, yes, in a filled area,
Right, and it was done to protect the wetland from whatever.
to separate sediment from runoff,
Right.
from construction
So
runoff. yeah.
wasn't it part of the approval that had to be filled in again?
No. No.
It was meant to be a permanent pond?
Well, I don't recall any permit requirement. You typically sediment basins are within the construction area and they get filled just because you're continuing in your completing the construction. This was outside the construction area, okay? So it was left. It was just, actually, the owner, James Delmedico, thought that would be used for the Phase 2 detention basin. That's why he didn't fill
The
it.
long-term detention?
Right, he thought, down the road, when he built the Phase 2, he'd use that as the detention basin.
Right.
Yeah.
And with Phase 2 coming in now, it no longer serves that purpose?
Well, it's not big enough. Yeah. Where we want to build a detention basin on top of it, that's not big enough. Right. Okay? Go ahead.
Yeah, no, Jim, thank you again, Kevin, for the record, my name is Kevin Soley, licensed professional engineer in Connecticut with Soley Engineering. I understand I'm hearing your questions, and I just thought I'd kind of give some more color. So yes, from a historical standpoint, when Phase 1 was approved, they had designed and shown a temporary sediment basin in this location. During construction of Phase 1, they excavated that sediment basin, which was essentially an area for, during construction, stormwater runoff goes to that area and allows the stormwater runoff and sediment to settle out so it doesn't get into the wetland. So it was a protective measure from this wetland. Now, typically, when you're done with construction, you fill those areas in, but in this instance, the owner simply left it as a dug hole. And over the past several years, now when you go out and you delineate it, it meets the definition of a wetland. So, which is what brings us here today, because we're proposing obviously to modify that to provide for a detention basin in that location, that general location, which will serve for stormwater, water quality, stormwater management, and that's the biggest thing that we're asking this commission is the approval to have a direct impact to that small wetland pocket, which again was previously identified as a sedimentation basin, now meets the definition of wetlands, and we're actually asking this commission to give us approval to impact it to develop this detention basin in this location.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Stewart, any comments?
Yes, can you go back to the original proposed in the first application building that you showed back there and zoom in? How close is that to the property line?
It's close in terms of the same location as where we're proposing it. As part of this approval, and you can see they had shown and they had dedicated a conservation easement along the rear of this property, which essentially acts as a buffer between the rail trail and the overall development footprint. I think that's a 50-foot deep easement area, and then that building is slightly off of that easement. So essentially what we did with our design is we looked at this for what we're currently here before. That building is in essentially the same location, that rear building wall, and we're still maintaining this conservation.
I'm more talking about the northern corner.
Up here?
Yeah, that corner, the left,
Northwest.
uppermost, well, it's northern. Right, that
Yeah.
corner, as compared to the other drawing. It looks like you're proposing excavation. I mean, the point of my question is the new building further to the wetlands? Could the new building be pushed into that bank?
So,
Get more clearance?
so one of the things that we've done is the new building is, we do have a larger setback from the property line with our new building than what was previously approved. When they constructed phase one, they established and constructed a stabilized riprap slope along this entire edge. So rather than maintain that same location, which will require additional disturbance to this steeper stabilized slope, we're actually proposing a narrower building overall. So I think when you look at phase, the initial approval versus where we are today, I think our building location is probably close to the same as what was previously approved. And you can actually see from a previous approval standpoint, they kind of got right in here in terms of disturbance. They obviously had that set basin, they had a plunge pool for eventual discharge. And we're maintaining a similar
Distance to the
buffer.
wetlands?
Yes, upland enhancement area as part of this application.
Okay, but you do potentially have, the setback, building setback is what, 30 feet away from your building?
I believe in this zone it's 25
No, I mean, from your building to the
setback here.
that's about 25 feet, you're thinking?
I'd say it's probably about 25 feet.
Okay.
Let's just use the-
Then the only other comment is your silt fences to the, at the location of the level spreader. It's gotta be moved to the other side of the level spreader.
Yeah, our SEC plan, our updated plans, since we did just modify this discharge location, we'd certainly update that to make sure that it's outside of that limit of construction to provide protection here.
Okay.
And one of the things that Russ pointed out that I just want to reiterate again, obviously, in our initial application, we're proposing to disturb this wetland area. One of the things we've presented tonight is a considerable amount of additional enhancement and for both wetlands to kind of address that direct wetland impact. Because after the last discussion, we kind of looked back as a team and we said, we may not have offered enough to the commission to kind of mitigate for that impact. So as part of this, we are proposing, again, considerable enhancement in the wetland itself, which will improve that value, both here, additional plantings here, and then obviously the invasive removal, additional plantings throughout the basin and the upland. So we did try to do our best effort to respond to a lot of the comments from the commission at the last hearing and offer some additional enhancements for the commission's consideration.
Yep.
Commissioner Masteracco, do you have any questions or comments?
I do not know.
Commissioner Gingras?
I don't either.
I got some more.
Commissioner Spence?
Okay. Test pit 201 and 202, which are the ones in the Dug Basin. Who witnessed those test pits being done? Usually there's a sanitarian that usually witnesses these.
So sanitarians observe any test pits associated with septic systems. So one of the comments from the town engineer is obviously always looking at what does a soil strata look like in any area for proposed stormwater detention. So, do you have the plan?
It's great.
No, I know, but I want to make sure we know which pits she's speaking of, because we did some
There's only two depicted in the Dug Basin.
Right, so those were just observed by one of the engineers from my office. So the sanitarian didn't have to look there because we're not ultimately putting a septic system there. Were they?
Yeah, so the bottom of that pit is, the basin will be flat, I'm assuming.
Yes.
So, but the only place it's gonna drain is near those pits, because the other is all wetland soil. So that's gonna remain wet.
I'm sorry?
The other section on the bottom is in all wetlands.
We're raising
The southwest portion.
So the bottom of this basin,
Mm-hmm.
zoom in here,
That's coming up from where it is now?
it's coming up in relation to where this sediment trap is. So we're at, the bottom of our basin is 417. The existing grade through here is 415. and I think the high water mark was, we've maintained, one of the big concerns that the town engineer always has is maintaining at least 18 inches of separation from the bottom of the basin to any high water mark or high groundwater elevation, so we exceed that.
So the bottom of our basin's at 417, and the extreme high water that we measured was at 414.33, almost 3 feet below the bottom of the proposed bottom of the basin. Currently, it's at 412.45, almost 5 feet below.
The current water elevation in that wetland pocket.
Current as of what date, approximately?
Monday?
Oh, just very
When was the
recently
survey
then?
out there?
Okay.
Yeah, within the past,
This past week.
after the last hearing and before today, so in the past 2 weeks.
Can we talk alternatives?
Of course.
You presented us with 2 that were possible, and I just wanted to see if there might be some others that had been or could be entertained. Why was it not, why are you not proposing to use the basin in the front of the building?
So the basin in the front of the building acts as a water quality basin, a detention basin. And that basin drains underneath Enterprise Drive into an existing municipal basin at 17 Enterprise Drive, or excuse me, at 34 Enterprise Drive. That is a municipal basin, another piece of property. When we looked at our overall drainage pattern, what was previously approved for this site, and how that stormwater was to be distributed, we didn't want to introduce additional flow to this basin on our property, because that would potentially not only impact the overall design and sizing of this basin, but also potentially impact how the basin across the street operates and functions. So consistent with what the previous approval was, we looked at matching some of those same drainage patterns. So we took our developed footprint back here, put that into a stormwater basin, adjacent to the wetlands, and want to discharge in the southerly direction rather than bringing that all the way across Enterprise Drive into that other municipal basin.
It seems to me that if I can find them, let me take a look here. The technical comments from our wetlands agent were not addressed. And I was wondering if that could be solved. This is engineering. You responded to all of the engineer's comments, but you
Yes,
didn't
we did.
respond to any of the wetlands comments. So I just was asking for some responses.
We responded to the only comments we got from Scott Schatzland.
Yes, but we have a wetlands agent also who makes
Correct.
her own comments, and I was looking for some responses to her comments. That was the technical on the inland wetland commission comments. Dated 9/24.
The only comments I received were from the town engineer.
This is exhibit number 5 that I'm looking at. And there might be another one.
I received 2 sets of comments from the town engineer. We responded to one, and then we responded again to a second round of comments. And most of his comments on the second round were more commentary than questions to us, commentary to the commission.
It's in the folder, I should have gotten one, but I don't know.
Okay, well then we'll have to, actually, speaking of engineering comments, there's one that was made here that I was hoping you would address, there appears to be enough room for a subsurface retention system off the south side of the proposed building as an alternative to avoid direct impact. And as you know, the state does not make any differentiation between man-made wetlands and natural, what they call natural wetlands. And that all efforts should be made to avoid disturbing or filling in wetlands of any kind. So since there may be enough room for a subsurface retention system somewhere else to avoid the whole wetland impact thing, I was hoping you would address that.
Sure, so we certainly evaluated that. We did look at the potential of incorporating underground retention on the property, or a combination of some underground, some above ground. When we looked at the overall history of the project and the origin of that wetland pocket, and once our soil scientists went out, visited the site, observed the wetland, looked for those principal functions and values, and didn't find any principal functions, we made a decision to come to this commission and request approval to have a direct wetland impact, and we're now proposing some mitigation to offset that impact, simply because the incorporation of underground retention has a considerable cost and financial impact to the overall project. So while we certainly understand, and that's what this process is for. We make application to the commission, we have discussion with the commission, we try our best to respond to the commission, and depending on the commission has the prerogative to offer feedback to us as the applicant, and we try to work together to find the best solution. So while we certainly understand the goals and the intents, we felt that given the history of the project, given how that was created, that we feel our application is appropriate for the site, given the history of the site, and we're here to review it with you.
Okay, then let's talk Alt 1.
So Alt 1 was somewhat consistent with Alt 2. It's actually a little bit of a larger building. The parking got expanded a little bit. It would still have above ground detention, but it would also potentially impact some additional wetland area here. And again, we wanted to try to minimize that, so our current plan is a little bit more compressed, and we've been able to try to minimize that impact as much as possible, and obviously, again, maintain this buffer that exists, and only have this smaller direct impact. And then alternate 2 is actually essentially the plan which was previously proposed as part of phase 1, with that similar warehouse building that was previously identified. This also would impact that same wetland pocket which now exists, which didn't at the time of the initial approval back in 2006. We also showed potentially above ground detention here, which would have additional wetland impact. And again, from a feasible improvement alternative standpoint, we wanted to minimize the potential disturbance, which is why we're here with our current application.
So how about feasible improvement with Alt 2, I'm sorry. It is feasible, is it not?
It is, but part of the prudency of these applications also, there is a financial component to that.
Yeah, I know, I went through the state statutes
Yeah.
today, and they said that that's not as important. So I think that's, prudency is a very subjective thing, I would
Yes.
say. And it would seem to me, if you could eliminate, there would be a whole lot of work that's eliminated if you don't have to dig out and replenish the soils in that proposed stormwater basin. There's a whole lot of man time and machine time that isn't needed if you put in a subsurface detention. And it seems to me that we could consider doing that.
Well, part of the analysis, obviously, is that there is a fiscal component. And if we looked at trying to incorporate underground detention in this area, that would add upwards of, over $100,000 to the overall development cost of the property, even if you look into the cost of you know, labor and earthwork to do the rest of that grading. So it is a substantial component of the overall development. And that's obviously something that we weigh and consider as engineers and working with our clients and trying to minimize these impacts. You know, which again is why we took another look at this as a team and said, how else can we enhance the larger wetland system that exists, that has principal values, that has, you know, other value versus this small one, and that's why we feel that what we've proposed truly will be an improvement to the overall wetland system and that larger pocket that exists with those additional principal areas. All through here.
The areas of the conservation easement that has been disturbed, do you have a restoration plan for that?
I mean, at this point, we're proposing to, you know, we're not proposing to do any activity within that, so we weren't proposing any restoration in there.
About how much has been actually disturbed?
I think a lot of it's still in some of its natural state. It didn't push, yeah, that's all kind of how it existed prior to any development. There wasn't any activity, even as part of, you know, the construction of phase one, they didn't push back into there in any considerable way.
It's a natural buffer for the trail.
It's really, it serves as a natural buffer to that existing rail trail back there.
Oh, I understand that, but I also understand that there was some disturbance within it, and conservation easements are off limits. So we normally would like to have them restored if they need restoring.
Well, one of the things there, so this building was previously approved back in 2006. It was constructed, but there were a lot of items still hanging out there that hadn't been addressed. Once we got engaged recently, we've actually come in and tried to get this project back on the right track. We've actually gone forward, and up until this past year, that conservation easement was never even formally filed. So we actually went through that process. That conservation easement exists on the land records today, which hadn't happened. So we're,
Is that good? Because that was one of the requirements.
yes. So our team, since we've been engaged, we're trying to kind of get this property back into a better shape, so that we can eliminate some of the stuff that happened over the past 12 years.
Okay. All right, since you claim we didn't get the wetland commission, the wetland agent comments, I would like to bring them up now.
Sure.
Conservation easement shall be marked what? With monuments and markers.
The conservation
Has it
easement
been
has been
done?
set and
It has been
markers
set,
have been
okay.
installed, right?
Good.
Yes.
Yes.
There are wetlands not shown on the zoning location map along the southwesterly property line within the conservation easement. That's the southwestern corner. They have not been, they should be shown on the map as well as the upland review area for that area.
They are. That's here?
No, southwest. I'm sorry, northwest. It's northwest, right, Tim?
I think that's the other corner.
Yeah, that's northwest. Sorry, that was a typo.
The conservation easement, other
Within-
side.
yeah, keep going.
Other side,
Go left.
keep going,
Left.
all the way,
Oh,
other
look, go
side.
left, there, right there.
Yes.
There are wetlands up there?
That's what Denise says.
From some mapping we had, there was wetlands over there, and there should be a 100-foot offset upland review area.
Over in this corner down here?
Yes.
On this property?
Yeah.
There's nothing shown.
Yeah, there was nothing shown previously. And obviously our soil scientist went out there and he didn't observe any wetlands, and she's saying in this corner. I mean, that's a pretty steep slope.
It
Is
was
that
shown
on the
on,
town's GIS map, or
no,
Where is the?
did you see wetlands on site?
no, it was information that was gathered that had been submitted.
So our application material included wetlands in that corner?
May not have been yours, it might have been the previous application.
There's no wetlands in the previous application.
There was no wetlands
No, there's no,
We've got a mark there.
I mean, sometimes areas, because, you know, the landscape has changed, so sometimes things may look wet because there's some standing water that wasn't there before, but I don't know, we can double check it. I mean, it wasn't flagged before. I mean, that was prior to any development.
I mean, these are the two maps that were referenced.
Yeah, Lois, just so you know, that flagging was done prior to any development at all. That original flagging, that was when the woods were there and before even the park. That was done before the park was laid out.
Oh, okay, I'm not,
Yeah, I'm just saying,
Yeah.
I mean, the original
I'm
site.
just reading off the comments. since
I know, I'm
apparently
just-
didn't have time to respond to them previously.
Yeah,
so.
I'm just trying to, I know I didn't see anything.
Probably didn't feel like you needed to go into that corner
it's
either,
kinda
you know.
off.
No, but
Kind of
it's off
remote.
the
I
property,
looked at
but
the
100
original
foot is on yours,
delineation
so-
that was approved, and I didn't see anything there.
Well, so I just reviewed, I think that came from actually one of the wetland, potentially one of the wetland violation plans that staff prepared. It looks like at some point, somewhere, maybe it was actually as part of this site plan, there seemed to maybe be some wetlands up in this corner. Again, we didn't observe anything. We're not proposing to do any activity in that area. So if something exists, I think it's more off our property, and we're not proposing any activity there.
I think what the point was that the upland review area, if it exists, the upland review area should be shown on the map. Okay. The existing millings and milling pile within the conservation easement must be removed, and the conservation easement restored.
You know,
There's a pile of millings in there?
Yeah, right where that arrow is.
You know, I think a lot of that was cleaned up as part of the closing out of the Phase 1 CO.
But it's in.
But we're certainly happy to, you know, deal with any issues in that conservation easement area that needs to be restored, and obviously any material that may have been inadvertently placed there, we can make sure that's removed.
Okay. Okay, this comment says, edge of grading and proposed manhole is at the edge of the conservation easement. Care must be utilized to verify that the manhole is not constructed within the conservation easement, and the grading is not carried over into the conservation easement. Is that something you can do?
Well, we're able to, we designed it to ensure that we could do all of these improvements outside of the easement area. And I think actually there was some discussion at the last hearing where you may have asked the chair a question on, is it possible to do this work without impacting the easement area? And I think, you know, obviously that's going to be one of the first things that has to get done to ensure that we can establish that back edge and maintain and protect that conservation easement area, so.
Okay. Side slope, you may have repaired this with your last rendition, but that one's been taken care of, okay. That one's been taken care of. And wetland markers. You have 75 feet, we usually do 50 feet.
The details is 75 feet, believe it or not.
Really? We usually do 50. Okay.
Yeah, I looked at that, up the other day.
So we need to add wetland markers to the plan,
So we'll see.
please,
Maybe we need to do
along
some
with some conformance with the standards and detail.
about the details.
So that was her comments. Thank you.
And we're really, we do apologize for not, you know, we try to do our best to actually give formal responses to everything that we receive, so we're really sorry that we didn't provide that.
Commissioner Spencer, are you done?
I'm still looking at my plan here. Oh, this was you have a roof leader that comes across the back of the building and that drains across. Why don't you bring that across the front of the building? I mean, you wouldn't need,
Say it again.
if you were to move the roof leader from the back of the building
Oh, yeah.
to the front of the
Right.
building.
During the course of design development for the building, the architect sloped the building from the front to the back, so it all drains to the back. Initially, we assumed that it was going to have probably a flat roof going to our four corners. That's what we had. Initially had roof drains going out the front. Now they're all going out to the back, and we connected to that pipe, and actually we had to make that pipe a little bigger to accommodate that additional flow from the whole roof.
But if you changed the plan a little bit and sloped it to the front, then you wouldn't need to do any of the disturbance in the back right next to the conservation easement. Is that true?
No, we still need we had drainage back there. We still have an area drain in the back where there's water coming off of that hill and off the adjacent property that would need to be collected and brought to the detention basin.
Okay.
Yeah, so this steep slope that comes down, which includes a lot of actually off-site runoff, we needed to make sure we had an area to collect that so it didn't run into the side of the building, so we do have a small drain here. So even if we were to change the flow of the roof leaders, we'd still have to have this basin and pipe back here.
Okay. One more question. If you were to move the loading bays further into the building, could you move the building up a little bit?
If we were to move the loading bays deeper into the building, could we move the building forward? I don't, unfortunately, no, just because even if these bays, part of our design, we have a lot of constraints when we're looking at these buildings. Obviously, this one, we have an existing building, and we have existing edges of pavement and circulation through here. And the big component from a circulation and operation standpoint is there are a number of overhead doors across the street, or across this drive here, and then trying to make sure that we have adequate room for truck circulation and things like that, you know, and then provided the requisite amount of parking. We needed to have a double row of parking here, so we wouldn't be able to move the building forward because it would impact, you know, the ability to put these spaces and maintain this drive along here. And then, so even if this was depressed in, we'd still have that same issue with providing the requisite parking and making sure there's adequate room through here for vehicles to come in, maneuver, and back in, and then obviously to maintain access to the existing overhead doors and the existing building here, making sure there's room for vehicles to kind of come in and navigate through this pavement area.
Okay. And my one last comment, and this was something that was brought up at the last meeting, and I haven't heard anything positive or negative about it, and that is the fire marshal going to, has he been presented with these plans and asked whether or not he's going to want machine access to the back of the building?
So, again, this submission has been made to the Planning and Zoning Commission. Bill Davin is part of that AR application review team.
Well, let me cut you off for a second, because I would like to see our report goes to P&Z first. I would like to know before our report goes to P&Z whether or not he's going to want this, because that would change the way we do things. If it comes back to us, we're in a much more difficult position, and it's much easier for us to just have him look at it, say, what do you think? Is it going to be all right? And he'll say, yeah, looks fine, no problem. But if he says, no, I'm going to need access, it's easier to do it at this step of the process than it is to do it belatedly. So I would like to see just some kind of email even from the fire marshal saying that he's not going to require access to the back of the building with his apparatus.
Commissioner Spence, that's out of our, authority. That's not a wetlands issue. And if they made a mistake and didn't properly design the thing, that's on them to come back to us. We're not, we're not their parents. We have, they can make a mistake. If they did, then they're gonna have to fix it.
The problem is
We
they're
can't
not going to
deliberate,
want
we
to
can't talk about a thing
they're
that's
not
not
going to want to
wetlands.
redesign their building, and then somebody's going to have to be forced to give in.
It's not our
It
responsibility,
could even
though.
be the conservation easement, and we've seen this happen before, so I'm just trying to head it off at the pass.
We have to keep it under what we have a jurisdiction of, and unfortunately, that's not one of the.
It's in our upland review area, it's in our jurisdiction. And if it-
I will just offer that, that conservation easement exists, it's deeded to the town. That's part of our application, we actually have to notify the owner and the holder of that conservation easement area, and the first selectman has to review our plans and verify that what we're proposing doesn't adversely impact that conservation easement area. So I think if something comes up with the fire marshal, we're gonna have, and again, we've designed this consistent with how it was previously designed, and we've designed this consistent with other projects that we've worked on in the town of Monroe. We understand, the fire marshal's recommendations, requirements. This is going to be a fully sprinkler building, given the size. and there's room, there's room to access and to provide, fire service for this building in the case of an emergency. So if there's something that comes up, we're not going to be able to impact that conservation easement area. We're going to have to be redesigning, more wholesale changes, and that's something that would have to come back to this commission. We recognize that.
Okay.
Any other comments from any other commissioners?
I have one comment. Kevin, can you tell me, can you explain why it wasn't possible to integrate the original basin into the new detention?
So, I don't know if we have an aerial. We do. So again, the existing basin here, that's the question?
Yeah, the one that you're talking about filling in 90% of.
Here?
Yeah, be along the lower east side.
Yeah, this basin. Yeah, so this is an aerial, this is the existing building, this is that existing
Right.
set trap. I mean, what we do is when we do our drainage analysis, we want to make sure that, right now, so you can see it best on the survey, this is really just kind of a dug hole at a lower elevation that really doesn't provide much in terms of quantity or volume. So when we look at our overall design and the impervious surface and runoff that we're doing, we needed to make sure that this was large enough and actually had an established berm so that there's an ability to kind of access and maintain and get in here and make sure we're providing the sufficient volume. So trying to kind of start with what was there and then expanding upon it, we wanted to do a couple of things. We had to make sure we were above groundwater elevation. We needed to make sure there was adequate separation so when we looked at all those things, it wasn't feasible for us to just basically expand upon that. We needed to really kind of bring it up into a better standard so it can really operate effectively as a stormwater detention basin. And so we needed a certain amount of volume in here. We needed to obviously put an outlet control structure to attenuate that rate of runoff so we're not increasing the rate of runoff from what's out there today. So unfortunately, we did have to modify this from an engineering and a design standpoint to meet all those other requirements that we had to meet.
Any other comments from any other commissioners or staff?
Will this new detention pond qualify as a wetland once it's built?
So, do detention basins ever qualify as wetlands once they're built? I'm going to defer to our soil scientist.
Restate your name for the record.
Jim McManus, soil scientist. That's a very interesting question. And that question was discussed extensively with DEP back then in the 80s when we started digging these holes in the ground back then. Now they're much more elaborate, but technically, yes.
Okay.
They are considered stormwater detention basins if they're long enough and produce the soils and the vegetation and of course the hydrology is there. We need to call them wetlands, even though they're man-made. We didn't want to do that in the 80s, but here we are.
Any other questions or comments from commissioners or staff? This application deliberation?
Well,
No, are you continuing the hearing? Or?
We have to ask staff first. You need time to review the new app. We don't normally take new material on the last night. So do you need time to review the new changes that have been brought in? So by regulations, we can't close it until.
Okay.
So is it continued? That's it.
This will be continued to the next meeting.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question though. Normally speaking, you should be able to continue it for that purpose only, so that you don't have to, unless the applicant wants to have a chance to redirect. Otherwise, you have to open up the public hearing and everything again.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't continue it for a specific purpose, but that's
in the
up to
regs.
the applicant.
It's in the regs.
But you find out from the applicant if you.
I think to Commissioner Weinberg's point is essentially, you can leave the hearing open simply to allow staff to review, but not necessarily open it back up to the public for more public participation. Unless we wanted to.
Hearing, we'll leave it open to the next.
Yeah, you're not really closing the public.
Not technically
hearing.
closing the
Before that.
public hearing.
Yeah.
Technically, it's just, you don't necessarily, it's not necessarily going to be open for public participation at the next meeting.
So move this application to the next.
Well, we
have to
didn't
have
get any
public
comments yet.
Oh, sorry. It's been so long. Hey, Pop says, right. I totally missed that. Do you have any public comments in favor of this application? Do you have any public comments in opposition to this application? Do you have any comments of the general nature about this application? Now we can move to the next scheduled meeting?
I usually,
Or do you have comments?
well, I usually read the
Oh,
exhibits.
the exhibits.
Okay, so we left off at Exhibit 8 last meeting. Exhibit 9 was notification to the public health and aquarium with receipts. We also received the butter notifications. This evening, we received a 8-sheet revised plan set by Solely Engineering. The revision date was October 9th. And we also received a response to comments by Russell Sear from Solely Engineering, document dated, that was exhibit number 12, document dated October 9th. Okay, now we can,
Move it to the next scheduled meeting. On to the next one. IWC-2019-10, 54 Jockey Hollow Road, Town of Monroe Emergency Services, additional renovations of the existing EMS building and associated site improvements, opening of hearing.
we gotta be able to hear, so give everybody a minute to,
Say it again.
No, they can do that.
no, just go on.
Yeah.
They didn't bring any account.
Ready? Denise, you have anything to add to this, or do you have anything to add to this before we open this? Anything?
Let me put in our thing, do we have it on? No.
Did they take that? Oh.
Did you send us anything electronically to display?
No.
Please state your name for the record.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Brian Humes, Jakunski Humes Architects, out of Berlin, Connecticut. For this application, we're representing the town of Monroe with a project that they're proposing for 54 Jockey Hollow Road, town of Monroe, to create an emergency services building for the EMS facility. The building and the site that we are utilizing at 54 Jockey Hollow Road has been posted for this meeting tonight. We've also sent out the abutter letters. I have the receipts for certified mail that I can submit. So the mailings have gone out and certified mail receipts have been returned, and you have them in your possession. The site at 54 Jockey Hollow Road is an existing facility being used by the town of Monroe for both EMS and fire service. The proposal that you have tonight is for an expansion of the building to meet the needs of Monroe EMS. The needs of the facility were undertaken by our firm in cooperation with the EMS facility. The town of Monroe has also established a building committee to oversee this project. The first selectman wanted me to reiterate tonight that this project is only funded through the planning stages. This project still has to go to public hearing and town council for approval for construction. So land use permitting and land use approvals are only in a phase 1 design phase right now for completion. But this project is not funded to go forward through to construction. The town is currently in interviews and final contract negotiations with a construction manager who's going to oversee the construction if it's funded and if the project goes forward. So it's a proposal at this point, and we want to thank town staff for helping us in our review of this project. We are not proposing any direct inland wetland impacts, but we are developing within the upland review area to the western part of the property. When the property was first established over 40 years ago, there was filling of the property on the western property line to create parking. Part of the program needs of the EMS is they would like to establish a training classroom within the facility so they could train their entire staff while on site. The staffing of the EMS is not proposing to increase above what it is now, although this facility would give them greater capacity to recruit and greater capacity to maintain staff that they have currently. The facility is currently being utilized for fire apparatus. It's not been decided what's happening with the fire apparatus within that facility, so it could still maintain the same level of apparatus that's there now within the existing facility. So the deficiencies with the building has not to do with apparatus, it has to do with program space, office space, and the desire to create a training classroom for use by EMS. With this training classroom comes a requirement for additional parking, because the parking that's on site now is adequate for staffing, but it's not adequate for a training classroom and for training. So the additions would be for training classroom, office space, break room space, and programmatic features requested by EMS. That comes with expanded parking along the western side. We're looking to develop the property in the same manner that it was developed originally, but this way giving the required parking that's allowed for the training classroom. I have brought with me Tom Linden from Linden Landscape Architects. He has been doing the site planning. He has been working with town staff. He has been reviewing this for development within the upland review area. So I'll turn it over to Tom.
Good evening, Tom Linden, Linden Landscape Architects in Weathersfield. I'll give you a general orientation of the site and what the proposed development is for the project. So Jockey Hollow Road, the wetlands and river are on this side, school to the back. The existing building, there are two proposed additions at the front of the building. We're going to maintain both of the driveway cuts that were used by the fire department, so both of those entrances off of Jockey Hollow are maintained. What you see on this plan, everything in green is the stuff is existing that's going to be demolished. So the edge of the pavement now, there are parking spaces along this edge, then there's the driveway that comes around the back, the edge is right here to the rear parking area. The proposal is, as Brian was stating, is to increase the amount of parking for this facility. So the plan that we've developed takes the parking that is along this front edge here and just extends it and wraps it all the way around the back. And then the rear parking that comes to here, we're expanding further into the back of the site. The way we are accomplishing that, because of the hill that's here, is we're going to build a retaining wall along the outside edge of the parking that is not impacting the wetlands, which is to make the grading work and not impact wetlands. That's the choice that we made. The 100-foot setback line is this red line. The 150-foot, because of the river, is this line here. So that kind of gives you an overview of how the site will work.
There you go. I gotcha. It's right on your computer screen. You can use the mouse to move it however you want.
So for the audience. The existing building, Jockey Hollow Road is at the bottom. The river is over here. The school site is off to the top of the page through the woods. The existing building is here. Those are the 3 garage bay doors that currently exist. The 2 additions go on the front of the building here and here. This dashed line, right where the little hand is going, is the edge of the pavement that goes around to the back of the building to the parking that comes to about there. The proposal is, we're gonna keep these two driveway entrances. The one to the right is gonna get narrower because it was set up for the 3 fire garage bay doors. There will only be 2 now, so that does get a little bit narrower. The existing parking spaces right here on this side, we're expanding all the way around the back, and then we're taking the rear parking that stops about here, and we're going right along the top of the knoll of back into the woods at that point. This heavy dark line here is the wetlands line. The first red line is the 100-foot setback, and the second is the 150-foot setback because of the river. This is a retaining wall, which keeps us out of impacting the actual wetlands. Thank you.
No worries.
There we go. What is not in this set, but was included in the package, were the 2 alternatives that we did. What we had looked at, and I'll point up on the screen to what I'm talking about here. One of the alternatives that we looked at, and this came up with our very first meeting with town staff, was eliminate these spaces around this outside edge so that you don't have to put a wall and see if you can grade it and still stay outside of the wetlands, which we did on this alternate plan that's in your package. We can grade, not impact the wetlands, but what that does is it just doesn't give the facility the amount of parking that they need, especially because the main entrance, the main public entrance to the building is at this point right here. So basically we were eliminating all of these spaces to about this point. So we're really only going to add maybe 4 more spaces along that side for the public entrance to the building. So if those spaces were taken and you had to park all the way in the back, you had to walk all the way around the front. So that was the one alternative that we looked at. Then one of the other ideas that staff actually came up with is the other alternate was, could we actually make the parking on this side of the building double bay parking with parking on the building side, an aisle, and then parking out on this side. And in that plan, we came up with a wall that basically ran this entire edge, all the way from this corner, all the way out to about the beginning of the parking. The problem with that was, and that stays outside of the wetlands, that gave us back the parking we wanted and added more parking in front of the building. But what that does, because of the dimensional requirements for laying out parking, the wall goes into the setback requirements for zoning. So those were the 2 alternatives we looked at, which is why we settled on the plan that I was just showing you, what you have in front of you now. This is the demolition plan, which will show the extent of basically the clearing of the trees along the hillside where we're expanding the parking. We're clearing close to but not into the wetlands line. We're clearing the knoll in the back behind the existing parking now to expand back in that direction. And we're clearing on this side of the building because the addition goes into approximately that area. That's the grading plan. So we're installing the wall with minimal grading on this side of the wall, very little grading on the slope that's there now, which is kind of, if you're familiar with the site, there's kind of a little, it's where the runoff goes from the rear of the parking lot now. It runs down kind of, it's not a gully, but it runs down to that little corner of wetlands that's right there. Utility-wise, the way we're handling stormwater on this site is the existing pavement from about this point in the building now all drains out to Jockey Hollow Road and goes into a little gully that just basically dumps directly into the river. There's a couple existing catch basins out front. We're gonna replace those based on the new layout of the driveways there. The rest of the rear of the site, so where the main entrance is, this is about the high point that from here it drains out to Jockey Hollow. Everything else drains to the back. All of this drains down to this point. It's all cut up in a series of catch basins that go into an underground stormwater infiltration system underneath the parking lot. The system is piped through a water quality unit first, then it goes into the infiltration system, and then ultimately, various design storms, it fills up so that it will slowly release into a pipe down the hill to a riprap settling basin outside of the wetlands, and then trickle into the wetlands areas there. We are replacing the existing septic system that's in this area at the front of the building because the building addition is on top of where the piping is, and it would make the septic system too close to the new building to meet regulations, so we're going to install a new septic system underneath the pavement in this throat of the driveway with the required distances from the building, the required distances from that catch basin in the corner. Something that was added from the time we initially submitted plans until these revised plans that just went in is there is an oil water separator in the floor drains inside the bays where the trucks sit. That went to a holding tank that was in the side of the hill that needed to be pumped, and for, I guess,
It's DP, the DPW's informed us that oil water separator and holding tank has been leaking. So they've requested that we replace those with new as part of our project, and we've included that now as part of our design. So it's an existing system that we're going to replace in kind with new equipment.
there's a whole DEP permit process for that will have to happen before it can be installed. So there's a new oil water separator there for the floor drains inside the building. The erosion control plan and details further on in the detail sheets show a double row of erosion controls all the way along the outside perimeter of the property. Everything flows from this high point down towards the wetlands and the river, so we have a double row of erosion controls along that side, plus erosion controls at the basins throughout construction. So what we did for planting was, even though we're not disturbing the wetlands, we are cutting a lot of trees and growth. There's a little bit of undergrowth there, but they're mainly good-sized trees in various degrees of good health to ready to die. We are on this plan, and this was one of the review comments, is we're planting along that entire edge of the wetlands with native wetlands applicable shrubs and undergrowth along this edge. Because we will be disturbing close to it, so we're going to interplant among the trees there now with new plantings. And then there's just various details of how we're going to do it. One of the comments in the staff comments, so we received our first round of staff comments a couple of weeks ago. We responded to those and received comments back yesterday and Monday that we just responded to today. Denise had, I missed a revision date on the planting plan, and then there was a question about wetlands markers, which the response was, we will install wetlands markers along the wetlands line. It was flagged a little over a year ago, so probably those flags are gone. We will have it remarked and then we'll install the wetlands markers before construction even begins. We can do that now before the project even goes out to bid. And then there were a few remaining comments from the town engineer for my civil engineer that they spoke on the phone this morning about them, and at the end of his comments, he says there are issues that he can handle directly with my civil engineer that shouldn't affect approval. It's just the way he presented the report, and some graphs and some charts that he needs to have in there. One of the questions in the first round was the impact of building a wall that close to the wetlands. So the detail of the wall, it's a mass concrete block wall that can all be built from above. This area of the parking lot, when they fill that, they can build that wall from this side and not actually go into the wetlands to do it. They can place the blocks by crane and not impact the wetlands. You know, typically when you build a wall, they're 10, 15 feet on this side, 10, 15 feet on that side. It can all actually be built from this side. So there will be no construction that's going to go into the wetlands that we're going to have to repair. Anything else at this point?
Any comments from staff?
Mine have been addressed.
Commissioner Spence, do you have any questions?
How many existing parking spaces are there?
Total on the site, or just in the front on the western border?
Well, total on the site, as of right now.
I'm not exactly sure. I would say somewhere in the neighborhood of 20 to 25.
Okay. And how many are you proposing?
I mean, some of the parking to the rear of the site is not clearly defined. They're using areas to the rear. So a defined parking space, they don't have. They have the ones in the front on the western border.
Mm-hmm.
They have some to the rear, but then they've used an area into the wooded area. It's gravel, it's not a defined parking space, but they're using that to accommodate the vehicles on the site.
I'm just curious to see how many more you were proposing. I did stop at the site today and looked at it, and very, very nice person inside the building let me in so I could actually see what was going, what was happening and what was going to happen. It's very exciting.
Off the top of my head, I don't know the exact number. I believe it's in the neighborhood of 80.
8.
There's, I believe, maybe about 7 on this side, and we're adding 14. There's 6 or so actually on pavement. The 4 existing spaces here there's 4 existing spaces out front that we're moving because of the addition. And then we're taking that line from approximately, the pavement is probably about to here. And the gravel extends a little bit further, so we're adding all that parking in the back.
I think with the parking, parking's a concern, as you can tell. We're trying to accommodate the cars on the site. But if we don't accommodate the cars on this site, there's no alternatives off-site.
Oh, I understand.
So-
I'm not trying to pigeonhole you.
With a 50-person meeting room for training, they're trying to accommodate not just training for staff, but they can have public meetings there also. So they need a facility that can accommodate anything that's going on, CPR training, blood drives, anything that they want to do to promote EMS services or to do training may involve public coming to this facility also. So it's staffing that needs to be there, it's response vehicles that need to be there, and the public component for the training classroom. If we don't provide the parking on site, on-street parking is not an option. We're in this area of Jockey Hollow.
Understood, okay, thank you. Only one more question, and that is, how much wetland is there, soil wetland, before you hit the edge of the river? I was surprised when I went there today to look, stand in the parking lot, look down the hill, there's a significant slope, and see water. I mean, we're talking pond. And I envision wetland being different than a pond, even though a pond is a wetland. So how much actual dirt is there between the edge of the river and approximate, because I realize it's not all on your property?
It's not on our property. It's not on our property. The amount of wetlands actually on our property is on the application. It's not allowed.
Since it's not marked, it's kind of hard to tell. The floodway or the floodplain?
No, and you're probably by now, most of the flags aren't there anymore. They've either the branches have broken off or they've blown away. But when I was out there at the beginning of the year, when the flags were there, there is, especially back along this edge of the wetlands line, it gets a little bit closer as you get down to here. But in the back, there's.
Well, I'm concerned mostly in where the turn is, because that seems to be quite close. And
so where the turn is, the wall is approximately where the bottom of that steep slope is. There was probably 20 to 25 feet before you hit actual water in the wetlands.
Okay.
When I was there at that point. As you get more into the back, there was a 50 feet or so from wetlands flags to the back. But we're not doing any work back there.
I assume you've been working with Scott and avoiding floodway
Yes.
and floodplain. Okay, thank you. And that's it for me.
Commissioner Weinberg?
Thank you, gentlemen. The wall itself, what's the primary purpose for that wall? Is it to redirect the water?
No, the wall is to be able to build these parking spaces.
Sure, ultimately.
To establish the grade.
Right, okay. Thank you, guys.
Commissioner Stewart?
Nothing at this time.
Commissioner Mastrocco? No. Commissioner Benders?
I got a question about that wall, though. If you're not gonna go in and develop it, you're gonna just use a crane to drop that wall in. Is there any chance that wall's gonna just slide down into the water? Because
No.
you're close right now, the way you're saying it, you're 20 feet. And if we get a significant amount of water and it comes up, and that slope just drops right off, that wall's going down.
It will be an engineered wall.
Okay.
A structural engineer will design.
I'm just worried about the part when the slope gets eaten up by, excessive water.
The way it will work.
And if it turns slick, and the
Yeah.
wall's just gonna slide.
The way it will work is in actual construction, before they begin to fill that out, they will dig out a trench, that the bottom of the wall will be an installed stone, and there will be blocks of wall that will be below grade
Okay,
before you even start to see the wall.
all right,
And the bottom blocks are 6-8 feet wide
all right.
as it goes up.
I have no other questions.
Any other comments from commissioners or staff? I'd like to open the hearing to any public comments in favor of this application? No? Anybody opposed to this application?
Yes.
I'm sorry, what?
I oppose.
So you can come up and,
If you could come up to the
Microphone
microphone and state your name
and
and address, please.
I'm Dorothy Kaiser. I'm at 10 Chalk Hill Road. My husband and I look at the wetlands every day. We have the ducks in the pond behind the house. I I can't believe that you're going to increase the parking lot twofold, and there's not going to be more runoff and more destruction, and that the cars that are coming in there, I mean, we're not the center, we're not town center, we're residential, and already at night, we get the lights from the cars and the trucks coming in the bedroom window. We've had to put special blinds up to, block out the light. It's not as bad right now because there are leaves on the trees, and a lot of those trees will go. In the winter, it's awful. I can see the lights from the trucks coming around the whole room. So it's destroying our area. But I'm concerned also about the water system and the water from the Quonic that goes into the Fawn Hollow Lake across the street, and all the people that have those culverts that are running down by their side of their houses. One of the newer homes that's on the other side of the road had to put the wall in 3 times because it kept falling in. Everything I hear really scares me. We have a lot of wildlife back there. We have herons, we have ducks, we have seen beavers, we've seen otters. It's just very disruptive. So that's where I stand, and I oppose this. I think the EMS does a wonderful job. They had their chance at some other place. Why they picked, where they picked, I think it had to do with they were desperate and they needed to have some other place than the police station that wasn't the way it is now. They were sharing space. They came from terrible conditions. It's much better now, but I can't see the development and putting 50 parking spots, having 50 parking spots and having all those people come in for meetings. There are other buildings, the school that's deserted. There are other places to have people go for meetings. They don't have to develop this. There are other places that are already developed. The library has meeting hall. We don't need more of that. So that's where I stand.
Any other comments opposed to the application? Please come up front and state your name and address for the record. And do you have a 500-foot radius map so we can see where these neighbors are from? No.
Nicole Barout, 46 Jockey Hollow. I am the property immediately next door.
I'm sorry, could you say your name again?
Nicole Barout, B-I-E-R-U-T. I'm the property next door. They've been my neighbors for 24 years. It's been a great relationship so far, but they are really already squeezed into that property there. When the first addition was undertaken, which I believe was 2001, it was a trial to get to a place where both fire and EMS and us as a residential neighborhood, I believe Dorothy was involved in that as well, to coexist peacefully. This is a residential neighborhood, and I think people lose sight of it. To hear that this will be used as a training area, a meeting area, a public display place, classes, it can't be its intended use. You can't quadruple the parking that's already there. I've had the pleasure of enjoying these wetlands for the past 24 years. It's a beautiful, beautiful area. It's a great way to get to the school. There's tons of wildlife back there. And just watching the changes over the 24 years, the water levels rise and go up and down so frequently, I also don't see how a wall would ever stay there permanently. Seasonally it changes, from year to year it changes. The beavers change it, the other animals change it. I just feel like it's trying to, fit 10 pounds of something into a 5-pound bag. This is not the right project for this area. I understand the EMS needs to upgrade, I understand they need more space, but what's being proposed, I think, is a totally bad move for Monroe and a bad move for the neighborhood.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else opposed to this? Please come up and state your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Leopold Assignon, 2 Chuck Hill Road,
Can you spell that, please?
LeopoldSsignon.
Thank you.
So the existing parking right now is right behind my living room. So whenever people park in there, the light is right in my TV, and we have a mirror also there. So imagine sitting there and somebody's parking. So adding more parking space, I think, is a disaster. And my kids love to hang out in a family room right there. So I'm opposed to this also.
Thank you.
Anybody else opposed to this application? Does anybody have any comments of a general nature about this application? No? Who get a response from them?
You want me to read that?
Yeah, read it.
Exhibits?
What? Exhibits.
Okay. Let's see. So Exhibit 1 was the engineering review comments by Scott Schatzine dated September 17th. Exhibit 2 was the wetland agent comments by Denise Halsted, dated September 18th. Exhibit 3 was for 5 revised sheets, that the document was dated, they were maps, document dated June 19th, revision date October 2nd. Exhibit 4 was a booklet with drainage calculations by Torres Engineering, document dated June 20th, revision date October 1st, 2019. Exhibit 5 was a stormwater maintenance program by Torres Engineering, document dated October 1st. Exhibit 6 is the response to the town agent and town engineer comments by Thomas Linden, document dated October 2nd. Exhibit 7 is updated wetland agent comments by Denise Halsted, document dated September 18th, revision date October 7th. Exhibit 8 is updated town engineer comments by Scott Schatzine, document dated September 17th, revision date October 8th. Exhibit 9 was response to the town engineer comments by Thomas Linden, dated October 9th. And Exhibit 10 is the abutter notifications and receipts. Okay.
Do the applicants have any final statements they want to make on the application?
For the record, Brian Humes, Jakunski Humes Architects. And I would like to reiterate the fact that this project is not funded for construction. This project is a proposed project. It's the ones we're working with for the building committee to see if this is the right solution. But the town still has to vote on this project. The town will have an opportunity to vote on this project. It was the intent of the building committee to get land use permitting completed before it goes to the town for a vote. So just wanted to reiterate that point.
Any other comments from staff about this application? Move this application.
Just close it.
Close this application at this time. Moving on to enforcement.
Okay.
NOV discussion, IWV-2019-11, 32 Deer River Lane, Long Area within the conservation area.
Yes.
Good evening, Shannon Jackson, homeowner at 32 Deer River Lane. My husband and I, whoop,
Hold on just
Yeah.
1 second while we let the room clear out a little bit. And
dang, I come up and they all leave.
okay, what is it?
You can go.
Close the screen.
Want me to bring your photos over? Want the photos of it?
You can, I have the map, I have other photos that I brought too, which I can pass around, but if it's easier for you guys.
She's bringing it up. I don't know.
Okay. Yep, I have those or some of them. Are we good?
Last week, you should have had it last time.
Are we good?
Okay.
Yeah.
My husband and I purchased the home August of last year, August 20th. We relocated from Florida, per my husband's job, so we were given a very short time to find a home. We came in on a Friday and left on a Sunday and had to find a home for ourselves and 3 children and a dog. We did it. We saw 33 houses, tried to kill our realtor in 2.5 days. And we decided on this home. Little did we know until recently, the beginning of September, when I came to get information to put a shed on our property, that we are in violation. Yay. Apparently, when the land was cleared, and it was cleared the way it sits now, it was signed off according to the records. And I have copies of the records from then, which I can pass off to you, from Wetlands, from P&Z, from everybody. Do you want these, Denise? Do you want to pass them this way? It's the application for the building permit and a couple other things. This was all signed off and approved the way it sits now, which is a portion of the property.
Try and bring that up for you.
Okay, I was gonna say, I have this one too, if we need it, a paper one.
No.
Yep, so that small portion that you can see that's in purple, right here, that area right there was cleared of any trees, of anything, when they did the approval for the home, which the home was built in 2000. It was approved and signed off. There's never been trees there, there's never been markings of any kind, of any sort. When we purchased the home, it was never mentioned that there was a line there, a conservation line, at all. I have a picture, actually, that I had printed off. Denise, you guys don't have to look at it. This is a prior listing when the previous owner attempted to sell the home back in 2008 from Realtor.com. You can see this picture's taken from the back raised deck. It shows that area, and it is completely cleared. It is mowed, it is maintained, and that area is everything that is marked behind that fencing, which is what we put up when I came in to get the permit for the shed, and Denise said, nope. So we marked it, we measured it, we marked it, and we have since left it. We have not mowed it, we have not touched it, we have left this area. Prior to that, my husband took care of it. We maintained it just like it's shown in the picture from the previous listings. My children play on it. I have 3. I have a Monroe Lions football player who's out there. I've got a soccer player, and I have a daughter who doesn't know what she wants to do, but she runs on it. Now we're missing part of what we thought when we purchased the home was yard. Going back to the violation report, apparently the previous owner attempted to, at one time, wanted to put a pool in on the property. However, according to the report, was understood and found that the conservation easement made it difficult to obtain the location that they wanted for the pool. The property owner at the time was told there was a possible wetlands violation. He yelled at the staff, withdrew his application, and he's not standing here, and I am. So I'm kind of wondering, if I yelled at the staff, would I not be standing here? It disappeared. So, I mean, ideally, what we would like to do is leave it the way it's been for the past almost 19 years, and no one has done and or said anything. We have wildlife that comes there. I have Gary the gopher as my kid's area all the time. He's not disturbed. The deer. I have a skunk. I have a fox. I have a bobcat. I've got all this animal. It's not disturbed. All we do is ride a lawnmower over it to keep it looking what we think is nice, and let our kids run on it. I mean, we'd like to keep it the way it was. It's not pretty. The caution tape, I mean, it is spooky season, so the caution tape works now. It's not going to work later. We really,
Put some lights on it for Christmas.
I mean, we could change it out. I could red and green light it for Christmas and red, white, and blue for the 4th of July. But ideally, we'd like to be able to leave. Ideally, we would like to be able to leave it the way it's been, like I said, for the past 18, 19 years, and no one has said anything.
What does the conservation easement say?
If you remember,
Do you want any extra pictures that are closer up? Anybody? Different angles.
if you remember last meeting, the fellow from 120 was here, on 120 Fan Hill, stood up here.
Yeah.
His property is what abuts her. And remember when we said how there was never really, it's just an easement that was mentioned on a map.
But not
So
on
there's
the
no,
land
there's no
records.
description of what a conservation easement,
Yes, sir.
Yeah, well, I think in the past, we've said that.
no, but I mean, it's gotta be in the land records.
Well-
Mr. Chairman, we can have the attorney address.
You want to address this?
When we were doing the 120, it was a map. Map referred to a conservation easement, was never filed in land records.
Okay.
So, what I was told, the map,
Land or town attorney, say your name for the record.
Yes, Vincent Marino of the law firm McConnell Wolf, special counsel for land use purposes. So for purposes of, there's a conservation easement of record because it's on a map. So it's actually the map that controls, not the deed that controls. But if there's a restriction in that conservation easement, then it has to be specifically stated, because conservation easement could be, you're not allowed to build in it. It could be you're not allowed to build, seed, mow, et cetera, run, play, whatever. So I would say, to the extent that it's a conservation easement in favor of the town, that is without description other than as described on a map, that is generally, I would say that it cannot be disturbed for purposes of construction. But if there's no limitation, like other conservation easements we have in the town, that within the deed, it says specifically what you cannot do. And it's a laundry list of about 50 things, more or less. Basically, you're not allowed to look at it. So I would say, yes, it is a conservation easement. It's there on a map. But is there a opportunity to say you cannot have grass there? Well, if it's not specifically stated, then I would say you cannot impose restriction that is not already there of record.
Is there a question? I have a question for a second. But there is no, like, generic description of what can be done in any conservation easement. It has to be stated, everything has to be stated.
It has to be stated in writing and recorded on the land. It has to be within the chain of
And
title.
do we have that? We don't have.
There isn't.
no,
It's just that's the conservation easement, but has no restrictions in it.
right, there's a reference on a map.
Okay, Chairman Wyman.
Let me just clarify,
Commissioner
from my own understanding, if there is a restriction, it has to be on the deed.
It has to be on the deed.
Right.
And it has to, what you can or cannot do has to be in writing, right? Because it's restraining the use of property.
So in this particular case,
Right.
wouldn't it be appropriate to say that as long as she doesn't do anything that would, let's say that's an allowed right in an upland review area, since most of that will be an upland review area, as long as she doesn't exceed that, then she's not really in violation.
Yeah, I mean, again.
In other words, she can have a lawn.
I would say that's to your discretion. I've been before wetland commissions where I've cringed because someone wanted to put a vegetable garden in the upland review area, and they said, well, you have to come here, and, you have to, in order to grow lettuce, I sat through 90 minutes of presentation, and I kind of said it was not this town. But I said to staff, I said, if you ever bring a vegetable garden back before the Wetlands Commission, I think I'm going to scream, because it's lettuce. And I understand we have to be careful with pesticides and things like that, but that was an exaggeration of the example. In this circumstances, if there's no deed that describes the limitations of this conservation easement, I would look at it more in the general way, and that is it is a general restriction against building or encroaching into the area, but can be generally utilized, right, for purposes of passive purposes.
And just so you know, her septic is right in this area, right here in front of it. So I believe that's probably a lot of the reason why it was cleared for the construction of the septic system.
Now, that appears to me to be, have the clearing go all the way up to the wetland line, am I?
Based on the mapping we have,
It's not.
It's not.
If you look at the photos, especially like on this one, you've got a
we're
side
going by
angle.
the tree, the line of the tree
line.
from
You
the
can-
aerials,
You
so
can see where it stops here, and then it
goes down.
it grades down, because there's a small creek that runs.
Yeah.
So you can see the creek
The
that
creek
runs.
is here, and this is the top of
So it drops
slope.
off behind there and goes right down into that creek area. So there's a downgrade right there.
It's almost like they stopped at the top of the slope,
They did. They
for
cleared.
the most part.
Right, they cleared through there from what
Now,
we've.
do we have any evidence that, sorry.
Commissioner Street, any comments or questions?
Do we have anything that shows that they didn't have the right to cut this area when the house was built?
No, it was a wooded lot, and it went from a wooded lot to the house, and there
Okay,
was no,
So, I mean, my feeling is I don't know why we have any jurisdiction over this at this point, because I don't see any wetlands violation.
it's only
And-
because it was a conservation easement and
No,
we're
I
in 100
understand, but I
foot,
just
so.
I don't see,
Right.
you know, I mean, I understand if there's a conservation easement and there's filling, or there's construction, or there's something that goes on there that affects the wetland. But in this case, she's done nothing
Right,
that new that affects the wetland.
Right.
So I,
My job is to bring violations forward as they, come across our,
Mr. Chair? Yeah. I would say that it would be instructive for staff and council if there is a wish of the body on certain issues like this, because generally speaking, all violations, regardless of the severity, if they're going to be are going to be brought to this commission for determination. You can, in situations like this, if we encounter them, if it's the position of the body that, in examples like this, where it's a conservation easement, where I mean, the proverbial we, because it's happened before, most of us were here, where the town failed to get the documents necessary to preserve a conservation easement like we've seen in other situations, to use staff's discretion and not putting the homeowner through the process of having to come before the body. If that's your will, I think you can, what's important, and the reason why we're here is because we cannot selectively discriminate and choose who's gonna come. We brought someone back last time related to a similar issue. But before, there are others, and if you want them all to come back, we'll bring them all here. But the process puts the property owner in the situation of saying, because what we're finding is, it wasn't me, it was the person behind me, the person three generations behind me, what we're trying to do is clean up a lot of what we believe to be the violations that exist from 20 years ago, that are just still there of record. And some of them, like we found last time, there was the house built in the wrong location. It was, what are we gonna do with that? We're not gonna have them move the house up out of the wetland after it's been there for 15 years. So these are the kind of things we're starting to clean up. We don't wanna burden the body with all, probably 100 of them, but we do need to go through them and clear them out.
Understood. Commissioner Mastrocker, you have any comments, questions? No. Commissioner Gingers?
So, just to clarify something, so this conservation easement per the town that has no restrictions on it, then?
There does not appear to be a
just as long as
deed.
they don't, because you're gonna leave them hanging, holding the proverbial bag, if they start to do something and it turns out to be wrong,
Well, they cannot do anything within a conservation easement like, put a shed.
Okay.
They can't put a pool, they can't put a playscape.
Yeah, they
right?
still
It's-
got a wetland setback.
And they still have a wetland setback. that's-
Exactly, it's an upland review area that goes almost to the house.
Okay.
Actually, it looks
Just
like.
long as,
Kind of takes it.
I'm trying to help protect them
No.
too.
So,
Not a house that did it.
right, so, no, but, so there's two issues going on, right? You have one, you have the upland review area, and then you have the conservation easement area, all right? One would say, the conservation easement area would generally have a deed that would say exactly what you cannot do, and it would list them out. I think there are probably no less than 50 restrictions that I've seen in these deeds.
Right.
So that's issue number one, the conservation area. The upland review encompasses the conservation area. So anything that would be done would be within a regulated area that they'd have to come back before the body.
Okay, now, can you speak a little bit about mowing versus not mowing? I mean, I could care less whether she keeps mowing the area or if she stops mowing the area. Now, if she were to stop mowing the area and it were to grow in, I mean, then you could make an argument, maybe now she can't mow it again.
Right.
So,
Right, and again, there's no deed, there's no restriction against mowing in this situation, because there's no restriction other than a defined conservation area.
but I think you could argue she couldn't clear cut it.
Well, that would be a regulated
I see
activity.
what you're
Regulated
saying. I
activity.
see what you're saying.
Would be
Let it
regulated
grow
activity.
in.
Any activity would be a regulated activity unless it's an activity as a right.
I think what Commissioner Stewart is saying is that if it continues to stay maintained, and is maintained with a, you know, a non-petrol burning push mower, joking.
I mean, look, that's clearly that's your risk. That's the
stays.
only risk, is that, you know, the lawnmower lets out, you know, kind of breaks down, and the amount, you know, whatever's in the tank or the oil, you know, that's your risk. The likelihood of that happening is for you to determine whether or not is a big enough risk. I'd say if it's been there for almost 20 years without issue, that should speak for
So
itself.
how do we make a ruling that is permanent? You know what I mean? So if she does, the next owner in 20 years doesn't come
Right.
back and say, oh, guess what?
Your decision tonight will become a final decision if it's not appealed. So that will be part.
Stays in the minutes, and
And-
then it
Stays in the
becomes
minutes.
as long as the new owner can
And if
find
she
it.
sells a house, she will be disclosing that there's a conservation easement because it's
So
sold.
we'll actually be adjusting the easement?
No.
No,
I mean,
no.
You'll be making a determination. There's a violation or there's not a violation.
Okay, I make a motion that there is no violation.
Well, before we go there, I would like to ask a question of Vince. We have precedents that we have set in exactly this situation where we have required homeowners to do something. So are we going to put ourselves into jeopardy by changing our methods in the middle of, you know, mid-course?
Well, the last one I was involved with, there was a specific deed. I believe it was a gentleman that had gotten relocated. I have not been involved with one without a deed.
This is just the one that Denise mentioned before, where there was the next door neighbor who had the same situation. It was exactly next door.
Okay.
It was the same conservation easement. And,
It's down here.
yeah, and he went along with the concept of letting it go back to natural and blocking off the out, he had a driveway that went through it, and he was gonna remove the extra gravel that was easily removed. I think that's what he decided.
He's
Removing gravel was like.
He's gonna remove
So
as
we
much of it.
asked him to do things.
Right.
And does that put us into a position of jeopardy if we change midstream?
Well, again, it's kind of two different issues right now. Technically, right, it's an upland review area, and you have a wetland kind of right there. So you have two different issues going on. One is to say, well, I want to kind of make a wetland buffer and kind of let grow wetland-type plantings to kind of create a natural buffer to protect the wetland in this area, in the conservation area. So it looks like it's an area that people should not be walking in, and that's why we want taller grass or whatever it might be. I would say, you know, again, what can you do? Conservation easement area, you can only make them do what the restriction of the conservation easement permits. There is no restriction, it's simply a stated area on a map. The upland review area is a different subject. What can they do within the upland review area? The ask is, I want to mow a lawn, right? I've been mowing a lawn for 19 years and I want to continue to mow a lawn. And so it's up to you to determine on a case-by-case basis. And if you came to a determination last month to the neighbor, and the neighbor did not assert an argument that you maybe didn't consider, then, you know, as I was told by a judge once, if I did that once, I'm not going to do that twice. And I said, well, you have to, Judge. You did it once, so there's as a young lawyer, I was confused. I thought he had to follow his own rulings, and he said no. So
His situation was a lot different, because he
yeah.
had went in and had done an action in a controlled area. This has been grass from day one. Now, my question was, and now I forgot already. Commissioner Weinberg.
First of all, Mr. Chairman, point of order. Normally, we would let the motion be made, second it, and then discuss. Okay, so we're having a lot of discussion before the motion is on the table. So I don't know if you want us to complete this motion.
I think I did.
Okay, then I second the motion. And you still own the motion if you want to speak, otherwise I'll ask for the floor.
No.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All right, so what I see here, in my opinion, is no violation. And the reason is, in the upland area in our regulations, maintenance of a lawn is a prescribed allowed use. And it's also a non-regulatory use. So as long as she doesn't go for any application that would violate the allowed use, there is no violation. And I think that's what the motion was, to say that there was no violation and let this young lady go home. So that's how I would say it. I don't think we're setting a precedent. I think we're not doing nothing further than following our regulations in this matter.
Yeah, I would just caution you that, you know, a lot of people tend to drag stuff to the end of their grass and throw it in and pile leaves.
Yeah, don't violate.
Pile brush.
You will be back there.
And stick a shed in there and
The
all that
shed's
stuff.
going where it's allowed to go.
All that stuff.
I already got the permit.
Trouble.
I guess my only concern is something that you had mentioned, is that if someone had down the road, let it grow in and naturalize the trees, and then they said, oh, now the new person comes in and says, I want to cut these trees down.
Then it's an issue.
Then it's an issue,
so-
because
Then it becomes
it's,
a problem.
But it's an action, so how, do we add, can we add that into the, we're not doing anything, we're just
She's not
dismissing
violating.
it.
She's not
There's
No
nothing
violation.
before,
I
the
thought
only thing that's
about that,
before
but I
you
don't
is
know if that's
this
fair.
alleged violation.
Right.
So
We're
that's
not
why you're
issuing her
acting.
anything. It's the motion is
All right,
to.
so it's I think
You get a vote.
we got to vote.
I call- okay, I call
All in
for it.
favor of this,
leave it.
motion to dismiss this violation, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed? Any abstentions?
Go mow your lawn.
I don't know.
All right. I think,
for the record,
No,
this
I did
was
not.
presented,
I
and you,
Okay.
the commission
Clerk?
said do an NOV.
I did
Just
not hear
We
you
understand
answer
that.
either.
Can we,
Oh, you had
I
seen this.
abstain.
And
I
Lois
abstain.
abstaining.
Or one abstention.
I think your husband was probably hoping.
No, he
No,
wants
he
to
wanted
mow
to keep
it.
mowing it.
He wants to.
It's killing him that we
This is
can't
brought
grow
up
St. Augustine grass like you can in Florida. Like, it's a thing, like he's twitching, but
Can't grow St. Augustine grass.
not here, no way, it won't live. It's too cold.
Well, you'll get beautiful weeds and
We've learned.
crabgrass.
Yes, we have that. We're working on it.
Mr. Chairman?
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Chairman, the attorney also mentioned the fact that it might be wise for us to give a general consensus point of view to staff where they can deal with this sort of issue without coming to the commission. I think that we should take that up in discussion, whether it's appropriate now or you want to do it at the end of the meeting.
Do it at the end of the meeting. Do we want to have a recess? It's been over 2 hours. Or
I
do you
don't
want
think
to-
the other two are here, actually.
All right, let's just
So
go
why don't
to
you
the
find
end
that
of
out?
it.
I'm just
See where
saying.
we land. IWB 2019-13, 39 Richard Drive, unpermitted structure and fill in upland review area.
I don't know, he's here.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know if they, I didn't, oh, good. Because I didn't hear anything.
Hello, good evening. Fernando Reisinger. And
Address? Just state your address. I know it's here, but state your address.
the address, 39 Richards Drive.
Thank you. Bring us up to speed on this.
Oops, hold on. That's the wrong piece. This was the one we discussed that had the trampoline, not the trampoline, not that that was a problem, the pool. Hold on.
Oh, yeah.
Bear with me 1 second. There we go. Yeah, I believe so. I've not met the homeowner, so.
Okay, you're the homeowner, or?
I am the homeowner, yes.
Okay, thank
I'm confused. I don't know why I cannot have that plastic pool there. So-
Well, it's not permitted and it's in a floodplain, and there's.
It's not, so I have to ask permission to go to Target and buy a plastic pool that it's already down? It's been there for 3
This
months?
is complicated because we have issues didn't the builder come in to get a
Well,
bond release?
Yeah, but that's a separate issue. The builder
Oh.
came in for a bond release. While I was there for the bond release, we saw this.
Okay, so we're
and
just talking about the pool right now.
We're talking about the pool, because the pool is in a floodplain, it's in the upland review area, there's fill in the upland review area. So, we were told that it, well, there's gravel underneath it, so that's why it was constituted as fill.
So,
Let's go down the line,
I mean, guys,
Commissioners,
this is a pool that I put it up for 3 months, for kids to play. It's already down. It's not even there anymore. Next summer, I'll buy another one, fill up with water, they play, I take it down. I mean, there's no structures, I mean,
can I just ask the first question? Would you be willing to take all the gravel out and just put it on grass?
gravel,
Whatever stone that's in there and just.
there's no stone.
What is that?
That's sand. I just put a little bit of sand so it's soft underneath.
So, my question to you is that, first of all, I don't know any regulation about an inflatable pool.
We don't have one.
We don't have one. So the pool itself isn't really an issue, it's a temporary pool, right?
I don't know, because we
So
have no
we don't
permit
have a
or
regulation on that.
nothing on it,
But my first question is that could probably help us out here, is that if this could be placed on your grass, so you seed it, make it grass, and then set the thing up next year in the grass, right? Would that eliminate part of the problem?
So the problem is the sand?
It's in a floodplain too.
Okay,
You
so
can't have,
who enforces the floodplain issue?
well, I think that's more zoning.
Is it zoning?
But it's under FEMA. And because it was on stone or sand, that's why it was here.
Okay, so it's zoning that handles the floodplain,
Right,
and it's we that handle the fill and the structure.
right,
that's
and
not
it is in
there.
the, right, but it's in the 100-year upland, and we don't have any rules, 100, oh my gosh, 100-foot, and we don't have any regulations on these seasonal pools.
Well,
No
I mean,
regulation, so.
he could get a permit to,
You don't need a permit at all.
well,
Well,
But
what's the difference? I'm sorry.
I mean, I don't know, I mean, pools are permitted because there are risks with kids,
Yeah,
so
above
you're,
ground pools, not
There's-
this type of sort of pool.
it's
no.
still above
Oh,
ground.
I
The
think
building
the
department has
building-
codes
Our
for.
no, our code is very clear. It has a size of 4.5 feet high, and it has to have a certain structure to it. It's not a
Well,
movable
maybe
pool.
we
Difference
need
between-
to-
That one is
What's between
three.
this and a turtle the
That one
plastic
is-
turtle you fill up, where's the
I think
cutoff
that
of?
I think that the building inspector would call that a pool.
We
Thank
want
you.
Vin, do you want to make a comment?
Oh, yeah.
on this
Believe me,
one?
I've gone through,
No?
I was on
Okay,
planning
that's
zone for a
fine.
long time. I dealt with him a long time. I know what I'm talking about.
Denise, have you talked to the building inspector?
This is considered a pool by the building department.
By who?
It's your
Joe
permanent pool.
or Rick?
They're not building,
Okay,
It's
they
a-
are zoning enforcement
they're
officers.
zoning, I'm talking building.
Building
they're
considered as a
planners.
structure, a
Yes.
permanent structure.
And there's no permit for it.
Okay, so,
So if we're gonna start having seasonal pools, maybe the town needs to figure something out for homeowners on these seasonal pools.
but I think at this point, if it's a permanent structure, it's gotta get a permit. How do we?
How
There's
much-
nothing to do with us.
There's
Nothing
no-
to
How
do
much,
with us.
how much
Does that-
sand is where that pool is?
I purchased about 3 yards.
So what? An inch, 2
It's
inches,
eight-
6 inches to
The
nothing?
the pool is 18 by 18 round.
Okay.
And you just fill with water, there's no structure.
No, I mean, how thick was the sand?
I don't know, maybe 2 inches maybe. I just put the sand there because I didn't want it, I just wanted
No,
to
I
feel
understand.
soft.
You're supposed to put sand down so it doesn't puncture the pool.
Yeah.
I think,
Okay,
the,
I think since the pool's not
'Cause
there,
it's
I don't
very-
think there's an issue at this point, but I think that he's probably gonna have to deal with a permit next year if he puts it in and deal with whatever he's gotta deal with.
Well, what should I tell the kids next year?
you're gonna get a permit. You
You just have to go
through
get
the
a
proper
permit.
You
channels.
go to the building department, you go to the zoning, and you ask them, what do I gotta do?
But as
No.
far as.
But am I
would
gonna
say-
allow to do it?
No, it's not that you're not allowed to, it
Oh.
wasn't permitted, and it's in the upland review area, which is the preview of the, commission here. So there were several things. And because there was a floodplain and it was determined that there seemed to be some sort of fill, that was another.
And next year it could be an agent approval, right, for that? For temporary, if it's considered temporary, we don't know because there's not really a regulation.
We don't have regulation, and I
If
think.
it's
we're
coming
gonna have-
down every winter,
We're gonna
Well,
have
what
to s-
about the fill that's in the
well, that's, the other-
wetland?
we have to address
That's
that.
where the thing is,
And I would
because it's
say-
a fill, that's what
And
makes
this,
it.
and
If
this
it's-
pool, it costs more to winterize than to buy a new one. It's like $250 pool,
No,
so
no, I get it.
it's ripping off and buy a new one next year. So it's there for 3 months. I don't know how much damage I can cause there by having a pool. That's the question, I have 5 acres.
Say you can't do, of course, it's outside recreation.
Yeah, it's not outside.
You could put a golf course there.
You
Why can't you put a pool
there,
there?
you can
Well,
have it.
again, a pool's, there's a
can't
safety issue
install
with the
golf
building.
carts
and
without a
permit.
permit.
Hold on,
No.
guys, hold on, don't make me do this.
Actually, the non-regulated area.
What I think right now, in my opinion, for him to clear us, the pool's no longer there,
No.
is just make it grass.
So I have to,
If you mix it, you gotta, in my opinion, and anybody can correct me, I'm okay if you correct me if I'm wrong. If you took a bag of peat moss and raked it into that sand, it now becomes topsoil if it's got 6% organic matter. Put grass seed on it, and now you just did a lawn repair. And then you put grass seed on it, you're spending $30 at the the store, and it's now considered a lawn repair. It grows grass this fall into the spring, and then you go according to your process. Does that sound
Just
right?
don't put any more sand in the,
It's your call.
It's
so I
your call, there's one
I
other
cannot
thing.
have the
Well,
sand there,
one
that's
other
what it
thing.
is then.
We had an
So I have to
addition
remove the
of a
sand.
roof
No,
leader.
that's not what I said. I'm sorry.
There's an addition of a roof leader that goes out to our wetlands that
Yeah.
seem to be of concern.
There was, and is that landing, has that been talked to about engineering, why that was allowed, why it's there?
That was done by the builder. It's a new
No,
construction I
That
purchased.
wasn't, I'm sorry, that wasn't a question for you, that was gonna.
It wasn't part of the plans that we had. That was not part of the plans, and we did not see it in any photos from 2017 that we went back to.
So we believe that this was done after the
It
CO?
had to have been after the CO, because we have
And he
pictures from
did
the
not
CO.
have a drainage plan that
He
dealt
didn't
with the
have-
roof leaders at the time he
No,
built the house?
this is off the deck. This is a roof leader that comes off the deck.
Oh, comes off the deck, so it was,
So
the
it looks
deck-
like they put, the deck is cantilevered. It
Yeah.
looks like they must have put a gutter along the deck here and then ran the roof leader out. Because they didn't run it into the underground stormwater that's over there that has the broken cap.
Okay, so.
Can I
with
comment on that?
No, hold on, let me finish.
Sorry.
What I would wanna know is that when the drainage calculations were done, were they calculating for the
Yeah, that-
water coming off the deck? Is the system?
That's not my question.
I know it's not, but like, we could find out where the answer
Yeah.
is. If the plan's approved for the footprint of the entire house, including the deck, then that pipe could just go into the drainage system because it was designed for that roof load, correct? Is that
Well, the
saying that
system
right?
was determined, my understanding that the way the system is and where it is, it was, the roof leaders were going there. So any of the impervious area of the house was to go there.
But if the deck was included in the calculation.
It must have been because it was part of the original permit.
Although if it's less is considered impervious.
A deck is considered pervious though, impervious.
Oh, okay, so then I would say, we have these other issues with this, with the engineering thing here, right? With the builder and, I'm getting confused.
He's a separate thing, that was for the
Separate-
planting that
the
he
planting.
wanted for his bond. That
So-
has nothing to do with the homeowner.
If we need to clear, again, I'm gonna make my opinion, if we wanna clear this other potential violation, the pipe goes into the drainage system that was approved and part of this building, permit, and then he's done. The gravel, I guess I could say the same, you know, I don't know about the gravel, if it's, no, the gravel and that thing, I mean, you know,
Yeah, that
you can
gravel's-
ask it to be restored, I don't know how we do that part, the pipe has to be ripped out, if there's a pipe, I don't know, any
The
other
pipe-
ideas?
The pipe was done by the builder, right?
No, they're saying that
Apparently.
this happened.
Did you guys install that pipe?
So the builder did everything, I haven't done anything. You know, everything was done by him,
You
and
bought it
I
from
guess
the
he
builder?
got permits for all that. But what I was wanted to say before is that the gutter, the deck gutter was always there. What happened is,
Are you the first owner of the house, just to clarify this question? You
yes,
the first owner?
yeah, it's a
So
brand
you bought it
new.
directly from the brand new?
I bought it directly.
So it had to be there at the time, I mean,
Yeah.
unless he took
Did
him 3
I
days.
signed a
you work
contract.
after you moved in?
Sorry.
Was this work done before you moved in?
The drain?
Yeah.
Yes, actually, it was part of it because we were actually about to have the closing of the house, and then there was a little bit of problem with the elevations, and I know he had to go and get permits again, and I know that the town made him to excavate the whole backyard because it was kind of a hill kind of towards the backyard, towards the back of the house, because the house is kind of sitting in a hole. So the problem was because when it was raining, it was a lot of water there. It was like a natural pool backyard there. So he had to do something to get that water out. So that's when I guess that town told him to go and do all the drainage. There's a drain all, you know, in the bottom of the deck, and there's this drain. But that was to get all the water that was sitting there out. I have pictures on my phone that I can show.
Well,
How it
right
looked
now,
like.
let me just ask another question of Denise. What do we need to act on tonight here?
What he was in here for was the pool, when we did the NOV, it was for the
Yeah.
pool
I have-
and that footing drain, that.
Okay,
The
for that
roof
gravel.
drain,
Those are
I'm
two
sorry.
things that we're discussing tonight.
Now, the pool is gone, so.
Yeah, but we have the scar, you know, the area where.
Well, so that was done as part of the house.
I don't
That's
see
what
how
it
you-
sounds like,
Well,
yeah.
then, I don't, you know, I think we approved it at that point.
No,
I mean, we
no,
went back
no,
to
they're
the
saying
photos.
that's not on the plan.
Well, it still was done, and the house got its CO, and we did our
I was
inspection.
just saying, they're discharging a storm drain into the
Into a
wetlands.
wetland.
Yeah, but it's a roof leader, you know, it's.
Same water as Boltzmann's guy.
All the
No,
water from the gutter actually goes to a, what do you call the system? There's like a tank.
Yeah, we understand that, but apparently this trench shows us a little bit different, an
Where is
alteration
that
to the
photo?
plan.
There's a
I
broken
like to
piece of
see the
bluestone.
thing go into the,
That's the part of the system, that's the
Okay.
top of the system.
Yeah, that got
That's a
broken by the
D-box?
truck that came bring the sand. And I've been calling
that
I've
a
been
D-box
calling
or
my
the top of a
contractor.
dry well?
No, that's part of the underground.
I've been
That's
calling
fine,
my,
yeah, is
a
that-
contractor to come
That's
to
not a
fix it,
problem.
but he hasn't done it yet.
Well,
So all the water goes in.
So what does
In my
that other
opinion-
pipe look like? Give a photo of the pipe going into the.
The pipe
into the
was
wetland?
fine.
That was that, all you see is the, no, I didn't find the end of the pipe.
Ah, okay, yeah.
so,
I have pictures if you want to see.
let's go down the line. Commissioner Masteracco, do you have any comments on this?
Yeah,
No?
no.
Commissioner Gingrich?
Just as long as you, like you suggested, and does something with the sand, gets, makes it into grass there and doesn't put another pool in, but.
Commissioner Spence?
I would love to know where the pipe outlets, but
If there's even a pipe.
to Mr. Stewart's comments, it's, well, roof water is considered clean. Deck water, I'm not so sure, because they get painted, they get
That's
waterproofed,
Trex.
they
It's
get,
yeah, it is tracks.
oh, it's Trex.
It's not
there.
paint, it's all vinyl.
I don't know what that gives off, if anything. It might be more of a disturbance to try to change it than to leave it.
Okay.
And I agree with the pool concept that you were talking about.
Commissioner Weinberg, do you have any?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think that if we're here for the pool, it's almost a moot issue that was removed. And if it needs to be permitted by the town, that's not our decision. I think that in our own regulations, it is allowed use in upland area. So I don't have an issue with it. I don't think that there's a violation regarding what we see there now at all.
Cool,
So.
but the sand is.
No, sand,
according to
this one. See that in upland area.
Okay, so really it boils down to, is this trench, whether it's got a pipe in it or not, it could have just been a level spreader too.
No, the level spreader's on the other side.
No, I'm saying that could have just been an additional one, where where it's a perforated pipe and it's just.
Maybe,
perking
I mean, there's a level spreader that was designed for and on the plans that were approved.
But if this was an afterthought, but I
Could
don't
be a
see.
perforated pipe and no outlet.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah,
I'm saying, that
maybe,
makes
it
it a
You know what I
level
mean? It could
spreader
be, that's
instead of
why the
sand.
stone goes to the surface, as a way for it to,
Yeah, it's like a trench drain. It's
Yeah.
trying to get the surface
Well, I
water.
don't-
and it's
I
gonna
mean-
come out as it,
First of all, I look at that as an aesthetic issue. Why would you want to see this one scar right through your yard? That pipe, right?
I don't like either.
So what I'm saying is that, why can't he take that pipe, trench it over to the box that's gotta get fixed anyways? And then you can eliminate that, he's gonna wanna do it anyway, so he doesn't have to look at it.
I think it's because the amount of water was in there when it
It was
rains.
designed and engineered, I'm sure, at the time, to carry the load of the runoff. So we don't know, again, the question was a deck, first of all, Trex deck, is that water, is that tight? That,
Typically Trex is. Normally there's only like a quarter of an
Still,
inch.
but
is
Water-
there,
The
is
water
there,
doesn't
is
go.
there a grate underneath it to keep the water from
The
going through?
deck, I actually asked them to do a waterproof, so I don't get the rain under.
If he's
'cause-
got
Oh,
it,
it does have.
he goes in
Because I
underneath
wanna-
the roof. It's a
and he does
walkout
have,
Yeah,
does
roof.
have the level spreader, okay, so
Yeah.
there's a high level overflow situation. And that same water, if it didn't go into the pipe, is just gonna hit the ground and it'll end up in that spot anyways.
I
I
had a
think
lot of
that's-
complaints, I mean, when they were building, since they were excavating, because I think low, I wanted my backyard to be a little more level, and I know, like I said, towards the end, they had a problem, that you guys, the town made him excavate the whole thing out.
Don't level your yard unless you come back here first, I'll tell you that right now.
Especially because you're in a floodplain.
Yeah.
You're gonna open a
Don't
big
do
can of
anything.
worms.
But what I think we can offer is that if he wants to put the pipe back into the drainage system and then take out that gravel, right? You don't have to look at it. I don't know
I
what we're
mean-
gonna recommend for the actual process of removing the gravel, how much we have to.
What do you want to do?
I don't have problem with that right now, to be honest.
Do you
I mean,
wanna
as long
leave it
as- I'd
where it
rather-
is?
I'd rather have something that is actually catching the water, not, than go in my backyard and it's full
No,
of
we're
water
not
like
gonna
it
say
was
you're gonna change, we're
before.
not gonna change where the water ends up going. The pipe that's coming through that gravel trench,
Mhm.
okay, should have, in my opinion, if it was properly engineered and the engineered plans were followed during construction, that pipe would also be going into your drainage system, which is also in the backyard, correct?
Mhm.
Okay, so your water is gonna go in where all the rest of the water goes. Okay, and you have to fix that box anyways,
Mhm.
which means you're kinda in there, kinda doing something anyways.
Here, Keith, that's where the system is.
That box is definitely downhill from,
It's right
Yeah,
there,
this,
it's not that
this,
far.
this is the system
You
that
do it
was
with a
designed
shovel.
and put in,
yeah.
and then the pipe we're talking about kinda comes and goes
Yeah,
along
but I'm
there.
saying it's
There's another
definitely
one.
downhill that he could make the grade,
There's
is what I'm
another
saying.
one, along the deck, there's another one.
Now, that thing that says existing yard drain, is that what's broken? That
This here is the,
existing yard drain, is that the broken structure?
yeah, it's not a,
That's
it's
the
not a,
recharge.
it's the top, it's not a yard drain.
Okay, but he could bring if he's repairing that, he could bring the pipe into there
He
and
might
it'll
not be
get all
able
the
to.
water where it
He
needs
may, I don't, we don't know what the elevations are.
He might not be able to. I mean, I would think that the guy, instead of running a pipe all the way
He
to
would
the
have done
wetlands,
that.
He would have done that. To me, he probably
Oh,
couldn't
you
do
think
it.
that
He
that
probably
pipe is
couldn't
lower?
daylight it, therefore he ran it
That's,
to daylight.
That would be a really weird topography thing, because he's got look, he's look at the grading plan. He's 408 to 406. There's gotta be pitch to that thing.
Yeah, but he's up there. I mean, he might be 6 inches a foot below ground. He's
You're
gotta
right.
go
I mean,
30
you
feet.
have
He's
to
trying to
really
go
see
an
it.
inch per foot.
But the
or
point
eight
I'm
inches
trying to
per
make
foot.
he may have been too flat, and then it would have
But
just
wait,
held
isn't
water.
there another pipe, isn't there another pipe coming from that side of the house? Isn't there another
There's a
gutter
pipe
pipe
that
in the
comes-
picture?
There was,
I thought I saw another downspout pipe in the picture. right? On the house.
I
Isn't there another one?
can't go in any. I don't know.
Can't zoom in? I don't know.
How should I zoom in?
I'm just saying, give,
They all go to the same system.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna make it on a motion because it's killing me. My motion is that since the pool's been removed, there's no violation at this point. I think that the pipe can stay. And my feeling is that he should, and I know it's stretching on too long, is that if he's not gonna apply for a new permit for his pool, he can turn that area back into lawn and we move on.
So the problem is the sand then, not the pool?
Well,
Yeah, motion for it.
are you done with the motion?
I'm done.
I second the motion.
A second from Commissioner
We're
Weinberg.
discuss it.
Why don't you discuss it? I like it, except for, I think you should just make the grass now.
So I have to remove.
That's my only
I don't
thing.
think.
Okay,
Remove
so
all
if
the
he wants
sand.
to put a pool in next year,
Yeah.
which is, I know, question, what is he gonna have to do? What's your thoughts on this? Because
He
it's
puts it
in the
right- He
upland,
puts it right over the same
No, he
spot.
needs to come back.
but he
for-
has.
Oh, no, after
He's gotta get a-
gets his
Okay.
approvals.
Yes, but he's
I
gotta go
thought
for
that-
his permit.
yeah, he
and I
doesn't
think
have to get the
that's what-
permit.
That's
It
what
goes
we
back
need
to
to.
the P and Z and wetlands and
Right.
and
He
building
goes through-
department and figures out what he's gotta do.
As far as the remedy that we're proposing, he just puts the pool in the same spot. Whether he puts grass,
Just making sure because of the discussion that was
Make
had
sure you
earlier.
get permitted properly from the town.
So I
That's
have
what
to
think
come,
everybody's saying.
get the permit, but I'm allowed to put the pool, but I cannot have the sand.
Not necessarily. You have to figure out you have to go and figure out what the rules are and figure out what the permitting
we're
procedure
not giving
is.
you permission to
I
put a
mean, my
pool in
feeling
right now.
is it's October. There's no point of turning that thing into grass now. You make your decision over the
The only thing
winter.
I'd be
You
concerned
make your
about,
decision over the winter. If you're gonna put a pool in, then you get a permit, and you keep the sand there, you try to get your permit and go through the process. If you arrive in the spring and you go down and get a permit, you say, this is just not worth it. No one's gonna want a pile of sand in their backyard, so then you'll take care of it at that point.
Okay. That was it?
I call the previous question. I call the question, so then we vote.
okay, you want to take a vote? All in favor of Jim Stewart's motion?
Jim, yeah.
Sorry?
Yep, that's right.
Aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? One opposition, Commissioner Gingras. Any abstentions? No. So the motion passes.
I think sorry, Mr. Chairman. I think in general, if there's a no vote on the commission, it's the obligation of the commissioner to state why they voted no, and it must fall within the regulations. That's, so, maybe he'll volunteer why he voted no.
I think we should have at least have fixed the sand issue. Just leaving the sand there is one of the issues.
So you feel the sand's in violation of
Yeah.
the other thing, so he voted no.
So guys, I have a question. So forget about the pool. So if I want to have sand there for my kids to
Well, he
play, I
asked if
cannot
you
allow
have-
to
you can
have
ask
it?
him a general question after this thing. You could.
It's up to you, Chair.
It's the same,
You can ask the wetlands agent in our office separately to that, because we're not supposed to rule on what's allowed and what's
We're
not
not on
allowed.
your violation, so you're done.
That's something where you have to go in and talk to our agent. That's a question for them, not for.
So I have to
the
come
commission.
back for that question?
No, you go to her in her office during working hours.
Or you could call me on the phone.
Yeah.
Send her an email,
Okay.
yes.
All right,
Thank
good to go?
you. And you can still make that grass if you want to.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, moving along to IWV-2019-14. Do we have a time constraint? Are we there, getting there?
We usually stop meetings at 11. It's
Oh,
quarter
so
of
we have
10.
time. Oh,
We still have time.
We should order pizza. IWV-2019-14, 260 to 268 Garter Road, filling within a regulated area. This is Denise.
Okay.
Can you speak on this?
Well, the planning and zoning has issued a cease and desist and a citation. We have issued an NOV, and we've had no communication, so I'm gonna ask the commission if we should also, issue a citation at this point.
Would you like a cease and desist?
No.
Is that
No.
the same thing?
No.
Different?
No, citation, it's because nothing was acted on the notice of violation that we got ignored.
Okay.
We do a citation, then it goes to a citation officer, and then they will determine the course of action. And if I need to refresh you on the 216.
This is the one with the construction equipment, right?
Thank you, yeah, and I have fresh pictures from.
I drove by this weekend too and saw it.
So you know what-
It's pretty spooky, because it's like, they're all tucked in between the trees. It's almost like a scene from The Walking Dead, but it's just machinery.
I mean, these were pictures from just the other day. I mean, there's the convex boxes, and you can see this is where the wetlands and the vernal pools are.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question for the agent. If we do that, that removes it from this commission? Or does it come back to us at some point in time?
It typically would remove it from you. You know, she'll determine the course of action. It's
Only if
almost
there's
like
a-
one step higher. If nothing gets
Right.
done here, it goes to the next
Okay,
step.
that's it.
And the only reason I'm asking is since it's already that case for planning and zoning, because they're having the same issue.
Someone can make a motion?
I move that we, the case involving 260, 268 Garter Road, filling in the regulated area to the citation board, or for further action on citation.
A second on that motion?
I second it.
Seconded by Commissioner Gingras. All in favor? Aye?
Any further
Aye.
discussion?
Oh, no, sorry. Any further discussions about this matter?
No, it's a violation.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed? Any abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Moving along to remediation submissions, there's nothing. Application hearing determination. I'm recusing myself on this one. Lois, if you'll take the helm.
Okay, this is a hearing determination for IWC 2019-12, 4 Main, 5 Victoria Drive, 7180 to 7192 Main Street. This is 7182 Main Street LLC, filling and remediation. The application was accepted last
Correct.
meeting.
And it should be that the commission reviewed the information submitted, and you're tasked with determining whether you're going to hold a regular hearing or a public hearing, or what.
This is an extremely difficult application because it includes several violations, including some remediation plans that have lapsed, remediation plans that were not submitted as they were supposed to have been. The work
No,
on those.
They actually got an approval.
They did
and
get
then
an
never
approval,
did-
right, and they
never
never
did
did
the
the
work.
work, right, okay. So, yes.
Is this the bitumen property?
No, it's not. It is the area where the karate studio was and the, used to be Courtesy Coffee.
Oh, okay. Right.
It's the
Now
building that's down
below,
below
where
that they've been
the
filling
gun
in.
store, yeah.
Yeah, the gun store, right, exactly. So that's the property we're talking about.
So that borders on Trumbull. Is it involved in
does.
Trumbull?
It should involve Trumbull, yes. So, do we know if Trumbull's been notified? Have they sent plans?
Yes, actually, the engineer met with me the other day to kind of go over the comments that I had, to discuss it, and we talked about Trumbull. They have met with Trumbull, or they're on the agenda for Trumbull, almost coinciding with our agendas, you know, our hearing schedule. So, I want to bring it up. When I spoke with them, you know, they were going through the comments and they didn't understand why we hadn't put it up on, why we hadn't, I'm trying to pull up a plan, why we hadn't put up the made a decision as to which direction. I was trying to explain to them that it's because they had a notice of violation based on, I mean, they may have changed engineers, but, you know, there was a notice of violation, they didn't finish it, they never gave us the site development plan, which was a requirement of the previous approval. They said, oh, well, we have a site development plan. So I stressed to them, whenever they come in front of us, that they really need to clarify, explain, and have that with them.
So the hearing, that's right, Madam Chairman.
No, go ahead, I'm looking for suggestions, because I'll tell you.
So the
for a
hearing
moment.
that we're discussing is a hearing for the violation only at this point?
No,
No. This is an actual application.
So they have an application pending that,
It's not pending because it hasn't been accepted and
okay.
They're trying
introduced yet.
to,
It's,
I'm sorry, Lawrence.
No, that's
So-
okay.
So is it, what is the determination that they're asking for a determination whether it's going to be a public hearing or?
We have to
That's-
figure that out, and because they're trying to, with the new application, they're trying to marry the citation and violation
Right.
with the new application, which we really don't like.
All right. Madam Chairman, why wouldn't it be appropriate to kick this back to the applicant and say, figure out what it is you want and how you're going to present it to us? Because I'm not sure how we proceed on, you know, let's say that.
That makes two of us.
Yeah, well, let's say that we determine to have a hearing, you know, not a public hearing, all right? Then all of a sudden, this thing becomes a lot bigger than that. So I think we have two choices, either send it to, you know, declare that we're gonna have a public hearing sometime in the future, or kick it back to them and say, this thing is not right. We don't know how to address this unless you give us guidance what you want from us.
Well, how do we kick it back from them? If they've submitted an application, we've got a certain amount of period to accept it or reject it for a reason.
Right.
Right.
That's true, but
Now-
if, sorry.
I tried to put a map up just so, for talking purposes, this is when we did the violation, but the property now encompasses property behind. They're acquiring property from 5 Victoria Drive, which is in the works, but they don't have it on land records yet. So that's another thing, is we're looking at an application with another party involved of land that they don't necessarily have. And part of that land is where they plan on doing the remediation and putting the sediment basin. So,
It's not,
Actually,
I'm their
attorney, so.
oh,
well, yeah, but we're not even,
We're not actually in a
We're not even at that part
We're
yet.
not in a hearing,
I
this
love
is
the
strictly a
chair.
determination.
yeah, I
Yeah.
don't know that you're
I'm not really sure that that's.
supposed to.
You're not verified.
Because, yeah,
It's up to the
because
commission,
if you
but-
step up on, we're not even into that part of the hearing thing. We're just trying to figure out which type of application this is gonna be.
But can't he
But-
describe?
Yeah, Madam Chairman, I think it might be appropriate for, help us determine,
I
you know,
think he
to
can
let,
speak on this.
you know, address
Okay,
it.
I'll
Describe the
allow it.
project.
Oh, come on up. State your name and.
Chris
Yes, sir.
Russo with Russo and Rizzio LLC on behalf of the applicant. I will just let you know, our client was attempting to take some of the property from the neighboring property owner. That died for a while. They are now coming back, and we will hopefully acquire that property shortly. And then we're looking to remediate the site that isn't currently not on our property, but then also, as we've done before, remediation and development. So we're bringing those two together, which we've done before. We've done that on other properties.
Sorry, sir. Clarify, the property you're looking for, is that totally in Monroe, or is that part?
The portion the property that we're buying, a portion of it, most of it is in Monroe, some of it is in Trumbull.
The new property that you're talking about requiring?
Most of it's in
Most of it's in Monroe. The lion's share of it is in Monroe.
What is the benefit to you as applicant for us to send this to a hearing at this point? Is that what you would choose to do?
Well, that's entirely your decision, but because I don't want to get too much into the actual application, but we are looking to address the remediation and then also what we're planning on developing. And we're doing that in tandem with Trumbull, and it's the same thing.
Okay, thank
Has
you.
the other applicant signed the application?
no, that's one
So, I
of the
mean,
things.
could we at this point say their application is incomplete?
Probably could, actually.
To
If they're
buy
not the
time, or-
owners.
but do we want to buy time? If the applicant wants to, I'm sorry.
Well, technically, if both owners have not signed the application, yes, it is incomplete on technicality.
For a contract purchaser,
Um,
so they have.
Well, but they don't own the land here yet, and so.
But they're a contract purchaser of the land that they are going to acquire.
They haven't acquired it yet, though.
Well,
Right, but they're
perhaps we
contract
shouldn't be
purchasers.
talking about this until the land is actually acquired. Because doing anything,
No, if they've got- if
acting
they've
on
got a-
anything on our
If they've
part.
got the right to purchase the property, then
That happens a lot. I mean, a lot of times we come in and stuff.
Yes, but it hasn't happened yet. We have had situations where we've had to process applications, and then they pull out and say, oh, guess what, it's not happening.
well, that's.
So
but that's-
maybe we need to wait until the property has actually been legally transferred,
Yeah, but-
and then we have an application.
Yeah, but that's not,
Right.
I mean, most developers, they don't want to buy a property unless they have a project. So what they do
Right.
is they get
Well,
the
that's
right,
not our
they buy the right to.
Madam Chairman,
Actually-
I would like to make the motion then that we take this IWC 2091-12 and send it to public hearing at sometime within the time frame allowed, which I don't know the calendar, and give some forward motion to this project.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
You're allowed a second, then
Discussion?
discuss. So, go ahead.
Discussion? It doesn't change the fact that this is extremely difficult application because of the combination of remediation and,
And an active citation.
and an active citation as well as a application for building.
I
Or
agree.
not
I
even
think-
building,
I think
just
they got the right to have
excavating.
an application, the right to have a hearing.
I think we have no choice but to
Do
have a
they?
hearing.
They're not
Absolutely.
upholding what the commission has already deemed.
Well, I don't know that we can legally not do it.
I'm just
You know?
giving comment, I don't have a
Actually,
decision to make.
I don't know how, you can't, just how
This is
applicant know we're not hearing it. So, in my opinion, if I'm not mistaken, the public hearing is a more intensive or
Oh, it is
allows for
definitely.
at least
Well,
open.
besides, they're proposing direct wetland impact, which requires that we have a public hearing.
Okay,
So-
so then I think it's the
Yeah,
appropriate
you've
way.
got to, you've got to state on the record the reasons why you want to have a public hearing.
I do not have to actually,
Well, I,
only if I vote no. Why,
No, no, when you-
but I will be happy to.
normally we'd have done it as part of a motion.
All right. The-
Why
the-
would-
The
why would-
reasoning, my reasoning is, this project might be bigger than we want to deal with under, all of our meetings are public, but at least we
Usually
open it
it's
up and then we can never
Public
You only
interest
need
or
to-
accuse the
there's
saying
only-
that we're hiding or whatever we're doing.
There's only two criteria for public or closed, regular hearing, and that is that it may be of public interest and that there may be significant activity involved. So that's all we
Since
need to
Since we
state.
don't know that, I think we
So,
need to open it.
and I agree.
You can amend the motion to take it away, I don't care.
Well, he seconded the motion.
Okay, we second,
Yeah.
do we call a vote?
Yeah.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Abstentions? So
Madam
moved.
Chairman, the only thing I would ask is, do we set the date with that same motion? Do we-
No,
Or
the
no?
staff sets the date.
Staff will, yeah.
All right, we can get,
You mean here? Okay, I'm just pulling up the next thing.
Put vodka in there. Looks like water.
all right,
So what's next?
The records show that I'm back. All right, so now we're moving on to other. I 07-06-A1, 154 Enterprise Drive, field change review by commission.
Okay, I was contacted by Solely Engineers, 154 Enterprise. It's been approved, work has been done. They are coming back, and I just wanted to pass it through, make sure everything was fine here. The salt, they had an addition of a fence and walls to fully enclose a salt shed, and a revision to the dimensions of previously, wow, I can't talk, approved storage racks. So these were the two areas. This is the salt shed, but they want to fully enclose. And then this was the storage rack. It's already been built. They changed a little bit of the dimensions. Now, it doesn't affect wetlands at all, because it's well above it, but it was a question, and because it was different from what we had approved, they asked the question.
How different is the salt shed?
It's just the salt shed is the one that they're adding the roof to. They want to completely enclose it, so they want to put more slots around it.
So they want to put more they want to put sides around it.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's good, that's better.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know. So they want it, I mean, it's built where it's supposed to be, everything is, they just want to put more sides around it.
Sounds good to me.
Sounds good, fine.
Engineered for that.
There's nothing- If it's not touching anything else, it's not going into
Yeah,
anything
this
else.
is informative. I just want to make sure.
And the
That's
racks
great.
are.
Good for them.
And the
Bravo.
racks, yeah, I mean,
Put the walls
it was
up.
field changes, but they still have to make sure that everything is acceptable before it goes further, so.
Okay.
You don't need an action vote on it, or you don't need a vote.
I don't think so. I could just tell them that everything was
All
fine.
right, deliberations on completed hearings.
Mr. Chairman,
Completed items on this agenda as determined by the commission.
I would like to make a motion that we consider the EMS application, that we deliberate on that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
A motion from Commissioner Weinberg, do you have a second?
A second.
Second from Councilman
Motion really, not to deliberate.
What's that?
Wait, I don't believe in a motion just to deliberate, because that's on the agenda, that's what we do next.
Well, no,
So-
it's for the, we actually do need a motion. It says for those things that are, that we wish to for this agenda. But in any case, technically, we need a motion for any action item that we're gonna have a possible vote on. So anyway, so we heard the presentation made by EMS. I know it's a tough one. I sympathize with the neighbors. I understand that point. But I think the town has spent many, many years on trying to make this project work for the EMS and for our other activities in town. And my personal opinion is that the steps they're taking with the wall and those type of things, it's the best they can do. It's probably not, there's probably 20 locations in town that someone would say are better, but this is one the town owns. This is one that we've been working on for a long, long time, we as a town, not we personally. I would like to, my opinion is we should vote to approve it tonight.
Can I say a couple
I want to
things?
go down the line, excuse me.
Well, wait, do we have to second the motion first of all?
No, somebody
That was
seconded.
already
Ross
done,
seconded,
so we're in the
yeah.
discussion phase, right?
Discussion, yes, we are. Commissioner Spence, do you have any comments?
My comments, no, I thought that they covered it well, that the comments the public brought unfortunately were all personal ones and had nothing to do with wetlands issues. Unless that the staff has any parts of their reports that they still need addressed, I agree, and I think we should approve it. Or I think we should ask our staff to draft an approval.
Okay, Commissioner Stewart, any comment?
I would agree with the drafting of the approval.
Commissioner Massaro?
I don't know if this is the right time, but, they didn't discuss like lighting and then some landscaping to keep the people's headlights out from the back of their houses. I mean, will that be addressed?
That's all part of the planning and zoning application,
Yeah,
yeah.
And
Remember,
also-
this is very preliminary. What they're trying to do, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, but they're trying to lock down the land use boards for this project so they can go up to bid. And there's a lot behind that. If you let all your cards out on the table for these bidders, it's not nice. So what they're trying to do is get to the point where they can go out and get competitive bids to save us tax dollars and get the project done. It's a long, long way between our acceptance and all the other things, including public hearings, to finance it and everything else that has to be done.
Yeah, so there's definitely a lot more to it.
May I make a comment?
I was
Two-
going to
two
continue, I
process.
want to continue down the line, and I'll come back to you.
Okay, sure.
We don't-
I'm okay.
Go back to
To
Commissioner
Ross's
Bennett.
comment, we can make a referral to P and Z to say that we would like them to make sure that the lighting is compliant to not only dark skies, which isn't our purview anyway, but that it does not intrude into the wetlands.
And
So
the
if we
people's
didn't
homes.
cover it in our hearing, we can ask them to cover it in theirs, because it does fall under their purview also.
There's also going to be hours of operation. I imagine that they're going to, it's not going to be like, you know, middle of the night.
Be operating a firehouse,
Obviously,
too.
well, no,
Yeah,
it's,
firehouse
but it's an
and EMS,
emergency
yeah.
situation. It's not, you know, if someone's having a heart attack, no one's going to, you know, care about the headlights that night. You know, it's part of keeping people alive. But as far as like, I think they were talking about more like the meetings where the public are going to have 50 or 60 people fill this meeting room, you know, and if it's like town hall tonight and we're going to be here until, I could see that, but
Well, we
no, it
can
is
also
really
ask
not
them-
our issue. It's not our issue. The only thing I thought of was that, you know, if they say they're doing some tree clearing in order for construction purposes, but did they show us, was that their obligation to show us the replacement of the
They
plantings?
did.
They did show
had-
it,
they
yeah,
had
just down along
plantings
the
and stuff
wetland
like
They
line.
did say the plantings, but didn't necessarily mention screening plantings. So I'm wondering if it would make sense to just ask to have some adjustment made where it's necessary, not the whole thing, especially if it's an upgraded cost, but if there's a spot where they're clearing the land and that's gonna potentially be a, you know, a light pollution issue, that they can convert it to, or change it over to something that's screening. That's the only thing that I
Mr. Chairman, I think that the light issue really is a planning and zoning issue. And like the vice said, that we can issue a letter to them, you know, if we feel strongly about it. But remember, all of that is gonna go, there's gonna be immense attention paid to all of that stuff.
I agree with you. Well, my point is not to, not to, but maybe a
So
recommendation.
do you want a draft
Referral, comment.
recommendation letter also along with the draft approval?
Well, let me just clarify my point. If there's gonna have to be screening plantings and there's gonna have to be wetland restoration plantings, it might be better, financially better if they just make the stuff that goes in the restoration area screening plantings instead of, double doing, doing it for two different purposes. You like just change the species of the tree so it satisfies both, is what I'm trying to say.
I'm not sure that that would be effective, only because the area that they're planning on planting is significantly lower than the area that they're placing the wall on. Having been there today, I mean, we're talking about a 10, 15-foot drop.
No,
So that could put in enormous screening plantings if they're going to try to get past the wall and screen the
I'll
area.
clarify it further. If there's something that's part of the restoration to wetlands, can also double as screening.
I heard
Do
that.
one plant instead of saying, okay, we're gonna do this, this wetlands restoration planting, because we cut down these trees, but in this particular spot, if we had put, some type of deciduous evergreen, it would serve both purposes.
Mr. Chairman, may I suggest then that if the commission votes to approve this tonight, to send it to a letter, that we ask staff to put in some statement to the fact that they should be sensitive to that as they go forward.
That's all.
You know, something like that.
So that would be 2 comments to P and Z
Okay.
about the lighting, just to make sure, because we do request always of the applicants that know that there's a 0, 0 component that hits the
Right.
wetlands. And because that's not really P and Z's purview, that's ours. So,
Headlights into people's houses.
well, that's outside our realm,
Yeah.
but we can ask that, that P and Z consider screening plants.
Or trees, put back more trees that they're cutting out.
They're cutting down a
Well,
lot of
that's, I
trees.
think, towards my comment. So did we have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I'll modify my motion as stated previously with the adjunct that we add the 2 comments that the commission just discussed.
Okay, so we have a motion to accept with,
Second.
with recommendations. Do you want to second that?
Well, do we not?
We did
No, we
get a
don't vote
second.
on that until we get the draft approval, then we vote for the draft
I'm sorry.
approval. Yeah.
This is just for the draft approval.
Oh,
So what was your motion, first motion? Can we go back for a second, so I understand?
All right.
yeah, it's-
The thing is that, I know I'm going to digress. few years ago, we went to this system of doing this draft letter and all that. That's new, relatively new in town. We
Yes.
never did that before. We can accept it tonight and have staff draft a letter accepting it with those two conditions. We do not need to review the letter. The letter should conform with what we're.
I don't agree.
you have
I'm digressing, I'm telling you, this is how it's been done for 150 years. So what we're talking about now is my motion becomes moot because we're not approving anything tonight.
Okay, so,
But what we are doing is directing staff on how we would like them to draft the letter. And
so
that's,
we'd like to direct staff to draft a letter of approval with those two
I
recommendations.
withdraw my motion officially.
Okay.
How's that?
Okay,
Okay, are we good?
yep, I think so.
All right,
So draft.
let's move on
Of a referral letter
to
and approval.
bond release and reduction reports. There's nothing. Time extension, IWC 2019-07R, 781 Main Street, Town Line Body Shop, request 90-day extension to fulfill condition A of approval.
All right. Hi, Chris.
How are you? I'll try not to push to the time.
You can take that one out. We can close
If you
that.
need to,
Hold on.
We've got a request for a bathroom break. Anybody else while they're
Dinner
saying-
break?
Well,
Okay.
Commissioners, good evening. Chairman, good evening. Chris Russo with Russo and Rizzio LLC, office at One Post Road, here on behalf of the Potomanis, who own Town Line Body Shop at 781 Main Street. I will be succinct at this hour. With the immediate request before you, it is just a request for an extension of time for condition A of the approval that you granted on this property, which was, that condition is to record the notice of decision. We asked for an extension. There was some question about the sediment and erosion controls that were required under this approval. When it was determined that we had satisfied that requirement, we immediately recorded the notice. So the notice we're asking for an extension to record, we have recorded. It was recorded 5 days after. So we're just asking you to grant an extension from September 27th to October 2nd. So that's the limit of the request that's before you on the agenda. We do have 2 more requests that we'd like to discuss with you, which is why everybody's here. We could leave that for your discussion portion of the agenda, or if you're willing, I can just go into those 2 requests that we're looking to. One we've actually already submitted to you, but the other we would like to submit to you shortly regarding a modification to the site plan that we got approved. So up to you how you want to proceed.
Yeah, there's this issue first.
Yeah, let's clear this.
Okay.
Accept the extension. Motion to accept.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to accept the 90-day extension request for IWC 2019-07R for 781 Main Street.
We have a second to that motion? We have a motion by Commissioner Weinberg to extend the
Second.
extension. A second from Commissioner Stewart. All in favor?
Discussion.
wait a minute, with discussion. I'm not sure when we're extending it to. Could you recap that?
October
Give us
2nd, that's when it
just
was
to October.
recorded.
we're
So
doing
you're
it
from
in
September
arrears.
27th to October 2nd. That's all.
So 90 days from October 2nd.
No.
To October.
I asked
He only needs
for,
5 days.
I need the 5 days. I requested 90, we ended up needing
It's already
5.
done. This is retro.
So shouldn't we
This is
make it a
retroactive,
5-day
that's why.
extension?
You can make
since
it a
that's
5,
what
you can make it, you
actually
can reduce
need?
it to a 5-day.
Okay, so we can make it 5.
Okay.
Okay.
So now, we can vote on it. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Please.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. You can continue with your next 2 requests.
Thank you. Chris Russo again, on behalf of the Potomanis, owners of 781 Main Street. We have submitted 1 request to you, which is to extend, in the approval, there is a deadline to complete the work on the site. If you remember, really the 2 main components of the remediation were some plantings and then also the installation of a fence. The planting should be going in next weekend. And the fence should follow shortly thereafter, but that has to deal with our second request. So I've submitted a request to you, to Donna, and, sorry, Donna. And that's just to extend the time that we have to complete work. The second request is regarding the site plan that we got approved. So if you remember, this is a Town Line Body Shop, and it's, you know, I'm sure as all of you know, it's been around for a very long time. It got approval for plantings here as part of the remediation, but then also the installation of a fence along the entire back here. There are existing containers here. They've been there for decades, and there was a carport there, these two carports here as well. So when we came before you, we said we would install a fence behind it. As I understood from the commission, the concern was that these containers getting pushed farther into the wetlands. My client subsequently, once we got approval, met with a number of fencing contractors. And when he met with them, they went, viewed the site, and they said in order to install the fence behind these containers and behind these carports, they would have to clear back 5 feet of what is well-established vegetation to get the augers in there to dig and put all these fence posts in. And I'll show you some pictures. We met with Ms. Halstead out at the site, and you can see how dense it is directly behind these containers. So by doing so, it looked like that we would do a lot more harm than good by getting back there and clearing out. The number of the contractors were also concerned about their equipment back there, that it would sink into the ground and some would get stuck. That's not really stable there. So when we requested Ms. Halstead if she could come out and meet with us at the site, she was nice to do so. What we talked about is trying to maintain the spirit of the approval that you gave us, which is to have some type of barrier that would prevent the containers from moving back, but also not clear cutting this vegetation back there that's well established. So Doug DeVesta here, who designed the site plan right here, would like to request a modification to the approval and the plan that you approved. And essentially what we would do is eliminate the sections of the fence that are directly behind these containers, but we're still able to locate the fence somewhat behind this container and this container and this container. So we couldn't push these containers back, and we did the same over here at the carport. So essentially directly behind the carports and the containers, there wouldn't be any fence, except here on the corners, which would prevent us from being able, couldn't push this container back, couldn't push this container back, and or this carport back, and you couldn't push this carport back because the fence would run partially behind it. This area is especially tricky. It's extremely dense. There's a tree about right there. There's a lot of large boulders. So we think just what is there would prevent us from being able to push it back and would essentially serve the exact purpose that the fence was.
May I ask a question?
Are you guys done with the present?
Well, happy to answer your question. That's essentially, that's all we're looking for in the modification, is to remove this section of fence, this section of fence, and this section of fence.
Commissioner Spence?
Do these containers come in and out? I was under the impression they were permanent.
They are permanent.
So what would make them move?
Well, I think when we originally had proposed the fence, we wanted to demarcate the line where basically all work would...
I got that part,
Yeah.
I remember that.
Yeah.
But I mean, what would make them move back further and further? I mean, if they're not being...
No, we have no intention of moving them. They've been in the same exact spot.
I see.
And that's where they've stayed. So really, that's it.
Okay.
And it would prevent anybody, where the fences are in this plan, it would prevent anybody from being able to walk back there or do anything back there. It's so thick, I mean, you really couldn't in practice.
Commissioner Lambert, do you have anything?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to ask the agent, that you went out there, right?
Mhm.
What's your take on that?
There's they would do more destruction trying to
That's what I'm
cut stuff.
thinking, too.
Those photos I took.
Yeah.
I mean, you could see it comes right, this is the first.
Carport, yeah, that's the
This is the carport.
Yeah.
So that, oops,
Yeah.
that's right in this area here.
Yeah.
And you can see how very thick it is.
It's right up.
It's right up against it. Areas where they're talking about putting the fence just a little bit behind it, that happens to be this dumpster. There was one, a little bit of a clearing behind, one or two dumpsters that we could sneak.
And
Split rail
dumpsters
fence.
are
And the-
being moved.
Pardon?
And dumpsters are getting moved consistently, so it's a good marker to say, the dumpster has to stop here. Dumpsters.
Those things aren't gonna move, because
Dumpsters aren't the type that get dumped?
No, not, these aren't dumpsters.
Oh, no, I thought
These
you were
are,
talking about the dumpsters.
yeah, these are their big containers, yeah.
And
Well, I have no question for that, but I think that, it's a no-brainer in my opinion. I suspect whoever thought about the fence, their thought was in the right place, but,
Yeah, because it was
it's
a
not
stockade fence at first.
practical to do it. It doesn't make
I
sense.
believe it was part of their, I can't remember, but the other thing too, you gotta remember too, these containers are on the A2 survey. So if they were to be moved, if they were to move, it's not like, are they in the right spot? And then it's gonna be shame on them, for, violating the conditions of the approval. So it's not like they're randomly there.
I tried moving one, it's not
Yeah,
gonna
it's
go.
not gonna happen. It's not, I know it's not gonna
Those things
happen,
are
but there's a record, there's a record showing where they are and where they're approved to be. And it'd be easy to prove if they were moved, so I totally agree, it's not really necessary. Commissioner Stewart?
Can you go back to the plan? The fence is going through that dumpster?
That's gone, that's
That's gone,
existing.
that's been
That was
removed.
existing, that's been,
So that's gonna be relocated?
yeah, there's a new dumpster, I'm sorry, I'm doing your stuff, I'm sorry.
It's fine with me.
Okay.
It's exactly where it went, yeah.
That's right, the dumpster's not there.
Dumpsters.
Containers.
Yeah, it's just the containers and the two
Okay.
carports.
That's it. Commissioner Massaraco, any comment?
I don't have a problem with it. I think it's something you guys came up with. We didn't ask them to put up a fence, right?
No, the only fence we had asked was from the property line to where the existing dumpster had been.
Yeah.
And then from that end to the additional, yeah, that was what we had asked originally.
Nothing from Commissioner Gingers? Okay.
Do you need a motion?
Look, do you want us to take action on this tonight?
It is a change to approval, so, and I wondered if you could request them to submit a new plan.
Yeah,
Okay, yes, we can do
He'll
that.
have to submit the plan that he has, we don't have
Oh, okay.
this plan that he was talking
Staff
about.
was just saying that it would probably be a good idea for them to submit a new plan so that we have exactly what
Yeah, that's what we're.
is being proposed on record. And because that's, just keeps it cleaner in the staff office.
Yeah, that way we have it right.
It's really,
They have it right there.
They have, it, yeah.
They have it, it's actually
So you
done.
can
I think
So we
white
can
out
just
the
submit
fence.
that.
I think the commission could make a motion to recommend to staff to approve this change administratively and sign off on it.
Yeah, he's gonna submit this.
And we would submit plans.
The application
Okay.
for the other extensions in place, or
It's submitted.
That's done.
It's
It's
submitted,
submitted,
so
yeah.
you'll probably vote at next hearing.
Next
you don't
year.
want to take action
Next,
on that
next
tonight?
meeting. I meant next meeting. See, it is getting
I
late.
said, yeah, I thought you said next year, I was like,
Next
what?
meeting.
He did say.
Okay.
You didn't miss here. Wait, I missed part of the conversation. What do we have to vote on
You
next
don't need
meeting?
to if you-
Well, because the extension for the approval wasn't on the agenda, for
Oh,
the,
all
for
right.
completing the work.
Jim thinks
So I think
they-
you'd have to put that on at the next.
Why can't we do that now? If they're agreeing on, and I'm just asking a question, if they're agreeing on this, can't we give a deadline for when the work has to be done following this new plan?
I think this deadline should remain, or they pass the deadline.
The deadline is the end of this month.
And they're
For
not,
completing the work.
For completing the work.
So you approved for us to record the notice of decision. To complete the work, the deadline is October 31st.
Right.
I don't know if we'll be
I,
able to complete it by October
yeah, I
31st.
think
Ask
then,
the
I
client while
think,
you're here, if they think they can finish it by the end of the month, so we
It's
don't have.
dependent on the fencing contractor, if they're gonna be able to schedule it
But
before.
is that part of the
31st.
extension application?
Not the one you've
No.
already voted on. This is there's a separate deadline
There's
for
kinda
completing.
two.
the
okay,
work.
so we can do that next, yeah, if you
At the
have
next
the
meeting.
letter, and then we can put it on the agenda and just vote it. Yeah, it's not a big deal.
I was just thinking.
They don't
I
have to
won't be
come
here for
back. Yeah,
So what,
they don't have to come back, because they already know it.
All right, I think that we just make a motion then to allow them to make the adjustments. All right, so I move that we approve the applicant's
Request for-
adjustment to his site plan to allow for the fencing in back of the containers to be taken off of the plan, resubmitted without, right? You want to resubmit the plan without the fence?
Yeah, it's gonna do that.
Just a
That's a
copy
motion.
for,
That's a motion from Commissioner Weinberg, do you have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Stewart. Any discussion on this? No? All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Abstentions?
Abstentions.
Something different. I feel like that, I'm not home. Okay, motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, appreciate it. Thank you.
thanks.
Now we're down to IWC agent activities report, agent approvals, or anything, permitted uses as of right.
Yeah, the IPU, well, we got one for 422 Fan Hill Road, which is some tree trimming. 521 Purdy Hill Road is some tree trimming. And 29 Chalk Hill Road is also tree trimming. All these are some trees that are either dead, diseased, some limbs, and they're all within the upland review area, disturbed areas.
Okay. Thank you. Enforcement, the road is not completed remediation submissions. Have anything?
I closed it out, didn't I?
Complete items?
No, I didn't.
Agenda? Put anything in there?
We already did that.
Administrative review, enforcement issues, nothing. Status update, town attorney,
Well,
Marino.
we have, okay, that's.
Sorry.
Did
Did I miss something?
No, it's okay, there's
Okay, there is
104
one
on there, we could do.
104
Century Hill.
You'd wanted, last time I was told to go back out and take a look at this property, so.
Yes, well, I think it's going to be a bit of a tandem presentation in that following the last time I was here, I had conversation with the First Selectman about the comments from the commission, and what we discussed was suggesting the commencement of an administrative process to not delay time with the issues at the subject property. So we're suggesting is we allow two parallels to go along. One on the zoning right now, parallel is at the subcommittee level where they're reviewing their regulations to see if there's any regulation that might ultimately resolve the activity that is currently being done at the site. But that still will not resolve.
This is for Independence. I'm sorry, they're
I don't know what
They're all
we're
looking at us like, what
Yeah,
are you talking
this
about?
is the quarry, this is about
This
for
is the quarry,
Independence, right?
Yes.
This is
Yes.
more-
They didn't realize what it addressed.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought we,
Sorry.
You
I
said
thought-
tandem, two things, you're up here for two things at once.
I thought we were.
well, because
talking
there are two
about-
property
There's
addresses.
Two properties.
There's two property addresses.
This is about the quarry at 4 Independence and 64.
Are we, unless you want to talk about something else.
I'm sorry if I didn't clarify that. This is
Okay.
added to the agenda at the beginning of the meeting.
Right.
I heard town attorney, and that's why I was here.
And there was a question about which one we should have done first. but
It's okay.
We're here.
So now we're doing the quarry first.
Yeah,
Okay.
continue.
Okay, so the suggestion is that we begin an administrative enforcement process so that the issues with respect to the harm to the wetlands can proceed at an administrative level. And while that is going on, we will also continue the zoning process at the subcommittee level. And the two are actually, while they're related, they're not absolutely connected because there's been violations of the wetlands regulations which will remain independent from anything and everything that zoning is doing. The thought process is if zoning can construct a set of regulations that would allow something at the site, an application would be submitted. And that application would also be submitted before this body, and that during that application can be addressed. But because we are uncertain as to whether or not the zoning process will result in anything, You know, we don't know what the commission is going to do yet. We did not want to cause undue delay to this body, like we had requested you refrain last month. So to address your concerns about the delay and the time, since the administrative process is a process that does take some time, we thought we should recommend that staff issue the appropriate violation notices, thank you, and let that process start playing out. And if you were so inclined. But we did not feel it was appropriate for us to basically ask you to sit here on your hands while I heard at least a lot of concern about the activity that had gone on. So we wanted to be, genuine to the process and allow the process to proceed if that's your desire. But we would recommend that if you're going to go in that direction, that we do it by way of the administrative violation notice process as opposed to running straight to court with an injunction, because we are still working with the property owner, trying to go toward a resolution that we would ultimately include this body in. But again, we are concerned about timing, and we felt that since the zoning process could very well take another 4 to 6 months just by way of the subcommittee and then the public hearing process for text amendments, we felt that that was not fair to this body.
Thank you. When you talk about administrative proceedings, are you talking about all of the remedies that are available to us, including a cease and desist?
Well, what we're...
We have a cease and desist.
That's a zoning cease and desist. We don't
Yeah.
have, we don't have a wetlands.
We don't have a cease, yeah.
We could, but we don't, right?
Right. You know, what I think to start, you know, if you issue your notices of violation and proceed in that way, what it's going to do is it's going to start a process. We are communicating with the property owner. We are meeting with the property owner. The property owner is working with your zoning commission, and what we're trying to do is allow a stepped process that is not. We would prefer one process not to undermine another process, but we recognize that the focus of both wetlands and zoning are not mutually of a unity of interest, because you both serve different purposes. And but we felt that at minimum, if staff proceeded with the notice of violation, that would start joining the issue and also informing the issue with respect to the zoning process as well. And so that's the report that I have right now with respect to that property. That with respect to what we're doing on the zoning side, it all remains the same. We're continuing that process. With respect to the wetland side, we would recommend you utilize the administrative proceedings process, and if you were so inclined, instruct staff to issue a notice of violation.
Yeah, if we did it that way, that doesn't start any clock, right?
Clock on?
Per se. I mean, in other words, if we push it administratively.
Yes.
It's going to sit there until other things kind of coalesce.
Well, there's going to be, there is a regulatory process that will proceed along, right?
In other words, if they don't respond.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm afraid of. So if they don't respond, then we can go another step. And is that?
Yes.
In other words, well, I just want to be clear about one thing. It's all of our interest to get this thing resolved. This is a mess, okay? So we don't want to be, you know, shoving here if moving this way is gonna get it resolved.
Well,
You know,
well,
so-
and that's the position I came before the body last month and took, is to say, hey, you know, there's a certain reality that we all have to live with, and that is, there's a set of circumstances that we find ourselves that were not of our making. You know, not of this body's making, not of the zoning body's making in its present form, or of the current administration's. But we also have to recognize that we need to begin some process. And what we were doing is, in a non-adversarial way, working with the new owner to try to get the property restored for purposes of future development or use for a productive, acceptable use. And that is why the subcommittee process was employed by the zoning commission to say, if we are going to allow a zone that would allow this activity, then let's ask that question first. And so that process is at subcommittee. It will then be referred to for public hearing, assuming it comes out of subcommittee, and then it will go through to the zoning commission. That doesn't address any of the issues that this body has. It may form a path to allow the issues that this body has to be addressed, because if an application gets filed, it'll be back before you, and we can address issues like payment in lieu of remediation, again, because there are certain things, certain events that we cannot undo. You know, to the extent that a vernal pool is no longer present, you know, it'd be impossible to restore it to its pre-existing condition, but there are other mechanisms available to the body to address that, and that would be payment, you know, a payment in lieu of remediation. We're not there yet, so, but again, because process doesn't just happen overnight, we did not want to put this body in a position where you were 6 months into the future and now having to wait 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, 120 days as process requires. So we felt, at least at the administrative level, you can start that timeline and you can start that process. And then, because what's ultimately going to happen is we're going to know inside of kind of the foreseeable future. You know, I mean, this is an issue that's been present for a long enough period of time. We're talking months, you know, six months probably on the outside. All right, so that's for purposes of an update. I really have nothing to update other than I've spoken with the first selectman. He shared, you know, he recognizes the concerns raised by the body and believes that would still like to see a resolution because it's not in anyone's interest if we have to go and spend what's going to amount to a substantial amount of budget dollars to address this in a judicial way. And, you know, so before we go down that road because once we start down that road, we're likely going to be on that road for a while, which is not going to address your concerns immediately because we'll have to get through the process.
There's an immediate concern in my personal beliefs.
Excuse me just 1 second.
Excuse me, go ahead.
We have 15 minutes before.
You don't have to.
We don't have to?
No, just people get tired.
Yeah,
We just can't start any new agenda items.
It's not until midnight that you turn to pumpkins.
Some of us already.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I thought that we had to be done.
No,
Some of us are already
public
going to hell because you wouldn't cancel this meeting tonight and didn't get home in time.
There's no one here that's going to complain.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to make sure that we weren't gonna run out of time if we had other things that we had to definitely take care of tonight. So we're still good?
We're good.
Okay, that's all I wanted
I
to
mean,
know.
this dialogue is as long as you want to make it, you know,
If I may, I have some things I have to get off my chest.
And
Go
I'm
ahead,
happy to say.
Commissioner Spence, you have the floor to speak.
My main concern,
at this point is not the violations. They've been done. We know we can deal with them. My main concern is the incredible amount of dirt that is really being unmonitored, that is being dumped, dirt, rocks, who knows what is ending up in that hole. Now, we're not responsible for groundwater, but we are responsible for all the wetlands. The headwater of Pequannock is right there. We don't know, really. You're asking the fox to watch the hen house when it comes to self-certification. We don't know where all the dirt is coming from. I don't even know who's accepting these certificates that you're saying that they're supposed to be supplying. Who is watching over? Who is, first of all, it's too big for us to watch. It's just not our size, put it that way. And yet you're talking about letting this dumping continue for an unknown amount of time until we have an application. It's the dumping, it's the dirt, it's the fill that concerns me the most. If that turns into a love canal, we're going to be in a whole lot more trouble than we are in now.
We have raised those issues with the property owner. We are in the process of addressing those with the property owner. We've recognized everything that you've said as a matter of concern. So we are making our best efforts under the circumstances presented to operate in a meaningful way that protects the town as best we can. And short of going the adversarial route, but that's the, unfortunately, no one here is a magician. No one has a magic bag or wand, and we cannot undo what's been done. We can only try to advance in an intelligent way that addresses a number of concerns. And those concerns are related specifically to the property. Those concerns are related to the general area, the geographic area around the property, groundwater, adjacent wetlands, zoning activity. So there's over a dozen issues that we are trying to address, and including to the extent that there's material that is being brought on site, which we have taken the position that it is not a permitted activity because it is not within the scope of the zoning permit. So we have made that statement, and we've made that well known to the property owner.
So what's that mean?
What that means is the next step is if the property owner is not complying, we will have to make a decision as to what direction we go in. The zoning commission can make a decision, the wetlands commission can make a decision. When we're at that moment, I will be before you with a recommendation of what I am recommending that you do. We are not at that moment yet. The activity that you're speaking of is, it's my understanding, activity that has been consistent for a period of time. So the concern, which I share, is a concern that we put the property owner on notice of what the scope of his permit is, or its permit, I should call it, and what the limitations are. And so while I wish I could stand before you and say, I understand and there's nothing to be concerned about, what I am saying to you is we're taking this kind of moment to moment. We're operating in a way that we believe maximizes the return for the town without exposing the town to concern. It is sometimes a tough balancing act to navigate because there are a lot of different competing interests. There are constituents who live in the general area who are upset, and so their interests may not be in line with the town's interests in 100%. You know, they have different concerns that go beyond the town's concerns. So we are making every effort to address this so that we address everyone's concerns, that we limit everyone's exposure. You know.
What is he permitted to do?
Well, I left my notebook in my office. It's my understanding it's an excavation and fill permit to ready the site for development. Is that fair?
It was, yeah.
Which was over excavated.
Okay, and so now he's bringing Phil back in.
Wait a minute, so this permit is good for a certain period of time, or it goes on forever?
Well, it depends on who you ask.
How old is this permit?
In wetlands, it expired.
Well,
In wetlands, it kind of expired.
The thing is, the property owner is taking the position that Public Act, I believe it was 11-4, which extended site plans and subdivision approvals that under that Public Act, that this permit expires March of 2020. So that is a date that is, in my mind, meaningful because, again, if I am working toward, which I'm not, but if I'm working toward a contest, and this is a point that they're raising, March is coming up sooner than.
Is this a property owner, a business that's got any value?
The previous one or the?
No, the current one.
The current, I'm not competent to speak as to the financial viability of the company. I mean, it presents like it is, but most do. So I haven't done an asset search to determine whether or not, you know, it is a solvent entity or not. But there's the approval that is in place is limited in scope, and I believe that the activity that is present is beyond that scope. So if I can say it as delicately as that.
What is the administration recommending that we do?
Proceed at the administrative process, notice of violation, and let the administrative process start that way.
I make a motion, we issue a notice of violation.
We can make the motion, then discuss it.
Okay, Commissioner Stewart made a motion for a notice of violation. Do you have a second?
I'll second it.
A second from Commissioner Weinberg.
He still owes the motion if he wants to talk.
Do you have anything discussion?
No, I'm good,
Jim.
I've heard enough.
Jim and Jim.
All right.
Jim Stewart made
here's
the
a-
motion. Jim
Let me
Weinberg, second.
express a couple concerns, okay? Administrative path. To me, that's in our control. Is that not correct?
That is
In other words,
correct.
we can issue the violation, they can respond to the violation, we can take time or not to respond. So my earlier statement about the clock starting is not correct. It's procedure starting, but we don't necessarily need to rush down that road.
Correct.
If circumstances dictate that we should.
Correct.
Right? The second thing is, you know, as a commission, I don't think that we want to be, you know, for want of a better word, hindering the best, a process that gets us to the best solution. This is an ugly mess. I mean, you guys all know what happened, right? I mean, over the years. So, I mean, we don't want, we already have a lawsuit in this town, which I won't name, I guess, but most of the people on this panel know about. It's a very similar quarrying issue, all right? And that we still can't get resolved. So we don't want to adjudicate this thing. We want to try to get to the best possible solution we can without going that route, because we'll never get there going that route. Well, not in my lifetime. So that's my feeling on it. So I think that.
What are our options?
Well, again, the recommended option is what the motion is,
Okay.
okay? Yes, and
But there's nothing, is there something below that or something above that?
that is, I think, a first step.
First step, because
There's
it's
also,
citation
no,
has
you
to
can
come
also issue an order.
so
That's
this doesn't-
a separate process is to issue an order.
Or
So,
let's get back to, let's just let the question finish of what the options are. Quickly, just sum it up. We know it's a violation, we know.
Right.
You have option to do nothing.
You can right, are they conducting a regulated activity, is it cease and desist? You know, obviously, we can bring an injunction in court if there's I would say courts at this moment is our kind of our last resort at the moment, meaning that we're not there, we're not at that moment. We might be at the moment next week, but we're not at that moment now. And I say that hypothetically, I don't expect to be there next week.
So administration wants us to issue a notice of violation.
Correct.
Okay. Comments from?
my only, doesn't have anything to do with the notice though, so, but.
Let me finish with the note, because we have a
That's
motion.
fine.
We have
Okay.
a motion, so we're commenting on that.
As long as there's more discussion.
I guess my feeling is, you know, I'll defer to the administration and what they think the ultimate goal is, because I have no idea, but the idea that someone could dig a giant hole and get paid to dig the dirt out, and now it sounds like they're bringing in material, probably getting paid to take the material to fill it back up, and they're creating a landfill. Maybe it's not a landfill because they're not throwing garbage in there, and
We don't know.
theoretically it's clean fill, but they're still probably taking fill that has got no other home. You know, and the town's trying to save a few bucks by not taking them to court. I can't wait to see what they're proposing.
You know, part of the problem, I think we've identified, you got a big hole. And to fill that hole with anything that is pure of
Virgin
nature,
material,
is probably economically impossible, because you would have to, no reasonable, prudent business person would spend the money that would be required to fill that hole with natural, good product that is otherwise saleable, right? I mean, it's just basic economics. So, and what we don't want is bad fill to be put in that hole. So, and again, if you, a court could order, ultimately, at the end of the day, certain things. And if it's not economically viable today, it may not be economically viable tomorrow. And if a party goes into, bankruptcy and whatnot, what are you left with? You're left with a hole. And, now you don't have your taxes paid. So what do? You foreclose on your taxes, then you become the owner of the hole. So, I mean, you see where that process could take you.
I
So
gotcha.
the answer at the end of the day may be, you just got a hole. And it's going to be a hole in perpetuity because it's the safest thing to do. That may be the outcome at the end of the day. We don't know, because we're not there yet.
But they're bringing material in now, right?
It's my understanding that they were bringing material in. I don't know the current status of that, because I have not received an update this week.
Commissioner, I'm sorry, you have the floor.
Just my biggest concern is I know it's difficult to test every load that comes in, but, are they gonna come back at us in 5 years and say, it looks like there's some contamination in there? Ooh, and they're gonna point the finger at us. It all started here.
Well, again, we have requested, as imperfect as it might be, certifications that the fill is clean, so that we can at least do our best to verify that they're not putting in.
And they're providing those?
Again, I have, that was from a meeting we had about a week ago. I have not received an update this week.
And they're providing them to who? I mean, somebody's got to oversee this. Who's going to do that?
I believe,
Well,
yeah.
there's a certain amount of trust involved, but there's also a certain amount of mistrust.
Were you done? Or are you still? Very interested on it. Okay, back to you, Commissioner.
I'm following some of the news. There have been some very interesting goings-on in Fairfield.
that you may or may not have been, but I mean,
That
they
raised
swear back forth, it's fine, and it's not. So, I mean, we end up holding the bag with having polluted water, possibly. I can't justify that.
In fairness to again, the administration beyond this body, that has been a topic of the discussion, saying under the circumstances where we find ourselves because of Fairfield, there's a heightened sensitivity to making sure that there's not similar type pollution. While this is private property and not public property, so there is a distinction, but we are still sensitive to the fact that this is a very deep hole that could have impacts on hydrology and water pollution. So so we are being very sensitive to that, and we've discussed that with the property owner specifically.
Mr. Chairman, the only thing I would say is everything that you guys are talking about, we're not precluding that. This is the first step. We can still go there. By doing this, this would actually be the first step we would take anyway.
Correct.
It's only that we get to control the timeline.
Correct.
So, to my way of thinking, I don't know we can do any stronger than that from this body.
Right, and again, I know it feels imperfect, and if I can be diplomatic, but it is at least a step forward, which was a bigger step than we were at last month. And I suspect as the process advances, small steps will become bigger steps, and I'm not sure which direction.
Now, DEP can't be any assistance in this situation?
This was...
They're actually supposed to know about this.
I doubt, I would be dumbfounded if they don't, but we have not sought their intervention at this moment in time. And, well, before we go there, since this was a matter of local concern because it was done through local approvals, we are seeing if we can resolve it locally.
But it's going to take, as you said last time, it's going to take 10 to 15 years.
But
that's a long time to just pretend this doesn't exist.
But there is a distinction of bringing in authority at the appropriate time. And
you mean like 10 years ago?
I wasn't, I was still a lawyer 10 years ago. I wasn't. Normally I get to say I wasn't alive back then. So I understand, and I don't disagree with you.
But they would also help with the oversight.
To the appropriate point.
But when is the appropriate point? 10 or 15 years from now? I keep
Not
coming back
now.
to the same circle.
Not now. I haven't said anything other than months. I'm not suggesting we're going to go years. I'm saying months. This administration has not allowed this to go 10 years. Right? This administration, actually, we've been addressing this for almost a year now, and we were advised by the prior owner that there was nothing going on there, and for a period of time there was nothing going on there, and then the property was sold. And as soon as the property was sold, which is in June of this year, we had a meeting in June. So and they started blasting in June, and we got the blasting to stop. So, it's not insignificant what we've done to try to manage the situation that was a situation that is a Goliath.
But they didn't just sell the company to a what's the right term on that? A shell company? Just to get out from the liability?
Well, short answer is no, I don't believe it's a shell company. I mean, the principal of the entity that owns this is a wealthy individual from down Fairfield. He has personally come to the meetings with his lawyer, who is, I want to say DeSario Martin, but it's a Stanford law firm. So it's. Okay. I'm not going to speak to the character of the individual because I don't know the individual to speak to that, but he presents professionally. He has stated that this is not an activity, this is not a business model.
What's the name of the company?
The gentleman's name I have is
LLC.
Alan Karp.
Yeah.
Mr. Karp is, I believe, the principal.
Okay.
Materials something?
Yeah, the
It
name
had
is,
been New England Materials, but
Yeah,
now it's
thank you.
Rockhead LLC. I
New
passed by there
Materials is what
today.
it
Wasn't that
says
Kim?
on the, on the assessor's
New England
card.
Materials was one John.
was Mr.
John-
Kimball's.
Yeah,
entity.
but
Now
that's
it's
not.
Rockhead LLC,
But
and it's
that's
got a
not
mine
who,
number.
That is, I've seen, yes, thank you, I've
Because I
seen
happened to
that.
pass there today,
sounds
so
like
I
it.
checked it
So,
out.
you know, so again, you know,
It's got a mine number.
I think we all share the same concern, you know, and we all share the same frustration. But since we have come a decade, what we're talking about is months. And to see if we can come to a meaningful, reasonable resolution, and if we cannot, all of our options remain on the table. So that is, I suppose, the update for purposes of this parcel. And what I would do is work with staff to advance that administrative process, and we will report to you as that process advances.
Any other comments from any of the commissioners or staff?
Still not happy. That's my comment.
So we have, I'm sorry.
so the area of the whole is under our jurisdiction? Like, we have a say in what goes in and how the whole process happens?
Well, it's under your jurisdiction because it's under your approval, right?
Not
So,
anymore.
well, it's an expired approval, but there's activity that is,
Oh, could you do us a favor and find out the wording for Public Act 11-4? I looked that up, I could not find anything having to do with that act.
Well, so
I
that's-
wanted to know what the dates were.
But we only have a portion
oh,
of it.
you know, I
that would be
actually, what I'll do, I have a memo on the dates. So I can provide you, I have a
Is that the
notebook.
same one as the wetlands change in dating?
Well, no. This one dealt specifically with subdivisions and,
No.
not special permits, subdivisions, and I said it earlier tonight, and it's escaping my mind now.
Okay.
But the law, the way the law works and is because land use appeals have to kind of work together, you give your approval first, and the time starts running. They may not have their zoning approval for a year and a half, right? So one is connected to the other. So for example, you say you have let's pick an artificial, you have 5 years on your wetlands, but there's a zoning approval which gets appealed, and that appeal takes 3 years. Your wetlands approval is tolled, which means the time doesn't tick during that appeal. You know, so you think it's 2020, it's going to expire 2025. But 2023, there was an appeal, and it took 2 years. Well, now it doesn't expire until 2027. You know, or if the zoning appeal, you know, if the zoning goes longer, again, they have to come in and get their extension. But if there's an appeal of the wetlands extension at that point, it could toll the zoning timeline. So it's not a linear, straight, you know, start, finish. There are breaks here, and there are public acts that come into play that then give you extensions. Again, I have a disagreement as to the interpretation that the current property owner is making, but because we're only talking about till March, you know, we're talking about not enough of a time period under the circumstances, based upon the amount of time that has passed, to justify, you know, arguing over that. We're going to argue over other stuff before we're going to argue.
When you say months, how many months is the most you expect before you guys say, it's not gonna?
The zoning process. So it comes out of, once it comes out of subcommittee, it gets presented to the commission, assuming it comes out of subcommittee. So if it doesn't come out of subcommittee, that's the end.
Okay.
If it comes out of subcommittee, it goes to the commission. It then goes through the public hearing process. That could take 2 to 4 meetings, maybe, you know, they would just, they'll give it the benefit of 1 to 3 months, right? So let's say you have another month or 2 at subcommittee, then you have 1, so you're inside of,
They haven't had.
you're in, yeah, about that.
Have they got any positive feedback from the subcommittee yet?
All I know is it's in subcommittee, the chair is handling it. They said that certain requested uses, they rejected out of hand. Others, they might be palatable. But again, I think there's also philosophical questions that the zoning commission has to wrestle with. Is this an activity, or do they want to have an industrial zone, an I-4 zone that allows this type of activity for this town, or not? That's something that they have to answer. It's not for us to answer. You know, it's not necessarily the highest and best taxing for the town, but it might be a need in this town because you have a lot of contractors that are present, that are doing things that they, you know, to the extent that they're here and you don't mind them being here, then you want to regulate them appropriately. And that's what this I-4 zone is suggesting to do, but the zoning commission has not decided whether or not they want to have it yet. So that's what this process will do. And if the answer is no, then you know what direction we'll end up going in, is that there's no resolution through the regulatory process. But you know, I'm not prepared, and nor do I speculate on what they're going to do, because I have not been part of the subcommittee process. I've just been meeting with the chair and the property owner off on the side as events unfold to say, you know, we don't, you know, what are you blasting for? We need the blasting to stop. You know, when we were told that material was being brought in, we had a meeting to address that. We were told that the site needed to be prepared or stabilized because it was not safe in its condition to fill it in. I guess because of the magnitude of it, it has to be, certain areas have to be leveled so that machinery can get in there properly without risk to employees of, and I'm not an engineer and I'm not going to sit here and say what's right and what's wrong. I think at the end of the day, the process is going to demand oversight, and whether that be through a third party retained by the town to oversee it, whether that be through a state agency, we're not at that moment yet. But I agree wholeheartedly, we need, there will be appropriate oversight because it has to be overseen because of the magnitude of it.
I believe they're trying to comply with the mining regulations, which has nothing to do with anybody in this town.
Again, mining regulations are not germane, I don't believe, because mining is not a permitted activity.
But they're classified as a mine.
Well, they can be classified.
They have a mine classification with the governing body of mines, so to speak.
Right, but I mean, I don't know what that means in that if you're saying, if you call it, just because you call it a mine, doesn't mean it's a mine.
It's got a mine number.
I've seen it, and if you go onto the Department of Labor's website, and you know, you'll see it. But it doesn't mean it's allowed.
No, of course, it doesn't mean it's allowed, but what I'm saying is that whether have a loud mine or quarry, there's rules that governing body makes them work under.
Right.
And I think they're working towards complying to their set of rules, not the towns and proper permits, but they're in a way trying to legitimize it as a functioning mine according to the mining regulations.
Right, so at the end of the day, what we need to do is we need to discover a process that allows a path toward conclusion that protects all interests. That's the ultimate goal. The interests of the geographic area, the interests of the environment, the interests of the zoning commission, and the interests of the town. So, you know, and we will continue to work that toward that goal. And if we cannot achieve it, then that's why we have alternative dispute resolution mechanisms. And we will explore those at the appropriate time.
Commissioner
One
Wyler?
quick question, and not, or not question, just a matter of public record anyway. The DEP did come in 3.5, 4 years ago. There was 2 violations that they issued. Notice of the violation, the owner successfully maneuvered his way through that process. So this isn't an open and shut deal. The state literally did at one point, have oversight on
That was
this.
before they had the huge hole.
No, it was right in the middle of it.
Well,
The blasting and that whole issue.
Yeah, but not the cavern.
Yeah. Okay.
We now have a chasm.
What I'm trying to say is that it's not an open and shut thing that we can just go and nail them and someone's gonna pay a huge amount of money and shut this thing down. So I think that the proposal that we have on the table is the right way to go. And
As long as they're not bringing in large amounts of fill in
Yeah,
the meantime.
But they are. That's just it. I think
If
that's
you're
what.
not bringing in virgin fill, the fill is gonna be contaminated. It may not be contaminated over, residential requirements, but it's gonna be.
Well, let's go
Well,
and
here's
issue a
the thing.
violation.
If it's being brought in with a truck.
That's what we're doing.
If it's
So
being
let's
brought in
do
with
it.
a truck,
Yes.
it can be hauled out with a truck.
All right.
Yeah, but
I call the
So at this point, I don't think it matters, as
unless
far as.
Rockhead LLC goes out of business tomorrow and says, that's it.
Mr. Chairman, I call the question.
There's no,
Let's vote.
Make it
Unless,
Want to vote on this motion for the notice of violation? Is there anybody else has any discussion before we do this?
This is strictly for the notice of violation?
Yes.
yeah.
Yes, notice of violation. All in favor?
Aye.
Any noes? Any abstentions? Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Moving along to IWV-2019-07, 104 Century Hill Road, K&T Associates LLC, owner, tree clearing, grubbing to water's edge.
This was the one where last meeting, he had submitted that letter
Yeah.
from
no one from
somebody.
From somebody with a typewriter.
I've reached out to him, I have not heard back, but I did go to the property like we had talked, and these are just some of the photos. On one side of the property, a lot of it seems to be coming back in, just the underbrush that I gather was cut, you could see through here. The opposite side of the property, you could still see it's still, so
That's not even stabilized.
it's just, well,
It's just dirt.
yeah,
Are
kind of.
they mowing the
It's
lawn
just-
though, and that's the legitimate
No,
lawn?
it's everything, when
It's
I
like
was
abandoned.
walking, it's just kind of
So
tumbled
like even the
over.
part that's legitimate, approved lawn is not being mowed?
It doesn't look like it's been mowed in a while.
Yeah, so, okay.
It
that
was,
doesn't
it
really
was,
tell us much. It
it's
doesn't tell
tall,
us
but
the
it's
habit.
not sticking up. For some reason, it's
Laying down.
laying down. I couldn't figure that out, and I wasn't about to try to figure out why the grass was long and laying down.
But they wanted us to just
Deer,
approve, to let
wind.
let them
But
grow wild.
That was
right?
kind of
That
what
was
that
they-
letter was about, so that's why I
The
went
deer
out
was
just
coming
to
and
see,
cut down
since we
and-
hadn't been out there since they had done
People
the,
have to come back, someone
the
has to,
cut.
some representative has to come back to us and answer some
which is what I
questions.
told them, but I wanted to at least close the loop on our end from,
Yeah,
Yeah, I
they need a
agree.
remediation plan. That was what the commission wanted. And they have a deadline.
And they have to stabilize them.
Where are they at?
Middletown.
Where's Middletown?
That, oh, I thought you said, where are they at?
I was starting to talk to myself, I decided to stop.
I was like,
So I just stopped mid-sentence to myself.
Are you gonna give me a note for work tomorrow?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, I'll sign it.
All right.
I'll call your first selection and I'll talk. to you.
Please.
Okay,
We can
so
table
we're,
the loss.
so what action are we taking with this?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Just an update.
It was just an update. I
Okay.
mean, I let them know that we didn't accept it and they had to do the plan, so.
All right. Okay, let's discuss the minutes from September 11th, 2019.
Do we want to discuss the
Anybody have any
I
discussion on the minutes?
I have a few changes. Where are they? Not on this page. Oh. Oh, my word.
Yeah, I know. This is.
Table till next.
We can table it if you want to.
It's up to you.
It's a paragraph,
Let's table it.
basically
Right.
report,
We can
okay.
table the minutes, both of them?
Actually, you know what, how about I submit this to Donna, have her
That'd be
include that
perfect.
in the draft, and then you guys will all get the draft.
That's
No, we don't need to, we just approve it based on her adjustment.
Unbeknownst?
What, you want to
Well,
roll it over
public
again?
record, I don't know, you know, you're asking.
You don't
you're
even get
asking
to vote
questions
on
above
the,
my
yeah.
head.
Hold on, don't worry about
Before you were even here. The thing about trust, yeah.
it. I like that, don't you?
You can do it.
Absolutely.
I have two quick correspondence things. We have a thank you note from Scott that I would like
There
to
yet?
pass down. Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you were
I thought we were-
rushing on
So we're
by.
tabling the minutes until the next meeting.
Oh, right,
So
that's
you can
fine.
approve it.
Right.
There are amendments.
There's a lot of amendments, but you know what, I'll send them to you.
That's
So
fine.
she's gonna send you out new
That's
drafts.
perfectly
Would
fine.
you like me to tuck
Okay.
you in?
Okay.
Okay, you
Please.
may need to
So
talk to
with
me about
that,
those.
all right, so now, the regulation amendment committee,
I sent out I gave you guys all copies of the proposed things that we thought would be a good proposal. Did anybody look at them? Don't all jump up and say, yeah.
I'm actually gonna table my thing until next
To
meeting.
3 meetings ago, I handed out
You lost your copy, he did.
proposals.
I did?
No, Jim did.
I'm sure I have it, I don't know where it is in the file.
Anyway, we need to look at it. If we're gonna try to revise our regulations, we need to do that.
Yeah, I
Is there
think we're
stuff on
going
this one
to have
too?
to do that.
Okay.
Yes.
Then, is that it for there?
Yeah,
And
for
then
that.
the public outreach committee,
Nothing.
okay, and then your last thing was about this,
It was a thank you note from Scott, and also we got a notice from the Connecticut Association of Conservation and Inland Wetlands Commissions, also known as Kekiwick, which has a wonderful annual meeting and environmental conference. It'll be on Saturday, November 23rd. No, not in Vegas, at the Red Lion Hotel in Cromwell. How's that for excitement? I highly recommend that if you can make it, go, because the information that is given out there is valuable, very, very valuable. So, and that's all I'm going to say.
my last comment before we adjourn is, do we now have to, elect a new secretary?
At some point, you can, yes.
Is she dual
Vice
role
chair
at
can
this
be
point?
secretary.
I read
What's that?
everything anyway.
Vice chair can be secretary.
Oh, so we can
Secretary
keep
doesn't
it?
have to be a commissioner.
No, it does, yeah. We can wait for, you know what?
Oh, sure, though.
can
But
we
right now, we
hold
don't have
off
to take
on-
it, I just wanted to
Right.
know if we had to schedule an action to take over, to.
I will
to-
double
to-
check that, and if
check
we
that.
do, I will add it to the
Jim, what
agenda.
you
That's
Right,
all I
we
wanted to
wouldn't be
bring up,
discussing
because
that.
it was like, you know, movement and.
See, now you're gonna have to be secretary.
Okay, so,
I will.
All right, make it,
what's that?
someone.
Come on, Jim.
No, someone
Come on,
make a
Jim.
motion.
Adjourn.
To,
Yeah,
whatever we're gonna do.
Unanimous consent to adjourn unless, hearing nothing.
Adjourn.
Go.
Good.
Mayor's consent to adjourn, meeting closed at 11:24 PM.